Tune into the static, whispers in the night. Mira's Morgue awakens, where shadows take flight.
Welcome to Mira's Morgue, a midnight madness, where the shadows whisper secrets and the past comes alive through the crackle of vintage airwaves. Tonight, we present a true relic of the golden age of radio, Cloak and Dagger. Originally broadcasted in 1950, Cloak and Dagger was a radio drama inspired by the real-life operations of the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, the wartime agency that laid the groundwork for the modern CIA. Adapted from the book Cloak and Dagger, The Secret Story of the OSS, the story brought the high-stakes world of espionage to life, dramatizing perilous missions of covert operatives working behind the enemies during World War II. Though fictionalized for radio, the stories reflected the courage and danger faced by those who risked everything in the name of intelligence and sabotage. With its sharp writing, tense atmosphere, and gripping realism, Cloak and Dagger remain one of the most compelling espionage dramas of its time. So turn down the lights, listen closely, and step into the world of secrecy and deception. Mira's Morgue of Midnight Madness presents Cloak and Dagger, where every mission is a matter of life and death.
You're about to hear a new NBC presentation, Cloak and Dagger, program number 1 in 90 minutes of continuous mystery and suspense on NBC. Following Cloak and Dagger, stay tuned for High Adventure. Then listen to The Big Guy, NBC's new unique mystery series. But first, Cloak and Dagger.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission for the United States, knowing in advance you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is a question asked during the war of agents of the OSS, ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes. We have the honor at this time to present a former OSS officer, co-author of the book Cloak and Dagger, upon which this series is based, Colonel Corey Ford.
Thank you. OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, was America's top secret intelligence agency during the war. It was this country's first all-out effort in black warfare, dropping undercover operators behind enemy lines, organizing local partisans to blow bridges and dynamite tunnels, outwitting the best spy systems of Europe and Asia. The success of OSS is known, but the story behind that success, the story of the everyday, average Americans of every race and creed and color who risked their lives knowing all too well that if they were caught, they would face torture and probably death, is what Alistair McBain and I have tried to tell in Cloak and Dagger. We feel it is a story in which every American can take deep pride.
The National Broadcasting Company takes you behind the scenes of a war that nobody knew. This is
Cloak and Dagger.
My name is Friedrich Schmidt. I'm a German soldier. I had a medical discharge from the Army. I was in the 268th Infantry Division. My family was killed in an air raid near Berlin. My name is Friedrich Schmidt. I'm a German soldier. Repeat it over and over again so I won't forget. My name is Friedrich Schmidt. Where did I go wrong? Where did I go wrong? Think back and remember. From the beginning. Everything the colonel told me to remember.
Remember, Frank, from now on, you'll be Friedrich Schmidt, German soldier. You have your military pass, forged signatures of adjutants, hospital certificates, ration coupons, permit to travel. You know what to do.
Yes, Colonel. Carl and I parachute behind the enemy lines in Austria. We radio back information on the strength and location of German troops around Innsbruck.
You realize there'll be no help from headquarters? No contact waiting for you below?
Well, sir, Carl knows the country, and his sister is still living there.
I needn't tell you the risk you're taking. Of course, you'll land in American uniform, so in case you're picked up immediately, you'll be treated as prisoners of war. However, later, if you're caught out of uniform in enemy country,
I think I know what to expect, sir.
All right, then. Just one more thing. The information we're after is vital. The Third Army is closing in fast, and we must know what's ahead for them. I'll expect your first message in 10 days.
You'll have it, sir. Oh, and, by the way, Colonel.
Yes?
Don't forget to have that package mailed to Rhode Island for me next month. It's my father's birthday.
Cigarette, Frank?
Thanks, Carl. Carl,
Yes, what is it?
About Liesel. About your sister.
Oh, what about her?
You haven't seen her for over 5 years.
Over 6 years.
Well, 6 years is a long time.
Running in.
That's us. Get ready to jump.
What did you want to ask about Liesel?
Oh, nothing. Forget it.
Ready, number 1.
Ready.
Jump.
I'll see you downstairs.
Ready, number 2.
Ready.
Good luck, Frank. Go.
I heard the crack of the parachute as it snapped open. I looked down. I saw a patch of snow in the valley, spreading wider and wider in the moonlight, like a blot of milk spilled on a kitchen table. And I thought of Carl's sister, and the question I didn't have the courage to ask him.
You all right, Frank?
Yeah, I'm okay. Well, we made it. The first step.
Yeah.
You got everything? The radio all right?
Just checked it. Nothing broke.
Good.
There goes the plane.
Yeah. Heading back. He's gone. Let's go while it's dark. Sun's starting to come up.
Keep that cape around you. There'll be people on this road soon.
What do you think about that sun?
What about it?
Astronomers must be nuts. That can't be the same sun I used to see back in Providence.
Maybe it isn't. Schlaf nun ein, die Nacht ist da, der Morgen naht.
Hey, what is that? You've been singing that for hours. What is that, a kid's lullaby?
I made it up.
Oh?
Made it up for Liesel when she was a little girl. I used to sing her to sleep with it.
Oh.
Frank.
Yeah?
On the plane, before we jumped, there was something you wanted to ask me about her. What was it?
Listen. Here comes a cart. Watch your cape. Don't let the wind blow it.
Yeah. Heil Hitler. Good morning, Fräulein.
Heil Hitler. Guten Morgen.
How many kilometers until the railroad station?
About 2 kilometers.
Vielen Dank.
Dankeschön.
Good, only 2 more. This rucksack weighs a ton. Hope there's no standing room on that train.
I hope there aren't too many German officers.
Come on. You know, one thing I like about European trains?
What?
These little compartments. I'd just as soon be closed off in here until we get where we're going.
We've got to get rid of these American uniforms, Frank, as soon as possible.
Well, we just have to find 2 obliging German soldiers who'll be willing to give up theirs.
That obliging they are not.
Well, so far they've been. Let us have a nice compartment all to ourselves.
Well, there's no guarantee they'll let us keep it that way, you know. I know one of these things here. Oh. Get out your tribal permit and identification now.
Right. Hope those papers are good forgeries.
They better be.
Gentlemen, your identification, travel permit, please.
Yeah, Herr Inspector, yeah.
Now yours, if you please, Herr Lieutenant.
Here you are.
Here are your papers, Herr Lieutenant. These seem to be in order. Dankeschön.
How much longer till we get there?
About 30 minutes.
You think he was suspicious?
Well, he didn't act it. Just the same if anyone else comes. If you have to take off your cape, take it off in one motion. Your jacket with it. We might get away with a khaki shirt.
Our luck's held out so far. Maybe nobody will come.
Let's hope so.
See you in Salzburg,
Oh, here comes company.
Here comes trouble.
May I share your compartment, gentlemen?
Yeah, of course, Herr Hauptmann.
It's stuffy in here. Why don't you remove your capes?
Well, it was so cold in the snow country. We're both of us just back from there.
It will take us time to thaw out.
Join me in some schnapps, gentlemen.
Danke.
And you?
Dankeschön.
These trains, either too stuffy or too drafty. They're all badly on down since the war. You warmer now?
Oh, much.
Then remove your capes. I perspire looking at you.
Well,
Go on, take them off.
The Hauptmann is right. It is hot.
Better. Much better. Are you going to Salzburg?
no. Insing.
Sure. You must forgive me. Perhaps it's the heat, perhaps too much of this bottle. I'm going to stretch out in the empty compartment next door. I'd appreciate it if you gentlemen would wake me when we get off at your station.
Well, I will be happy to.
Well, then I'll see you again.
You'll see me again and soon, Frank. Wait here with the radio.
What are you going to do?
Our friend was warm. I'll help him out by relieving him of his uniform.
No, Carl, no. They'll find his body before we get to
Listen to
Insing.
me. They'll find it on the roadbed 2 days from now.
No, Carl, you can't take that risk.
One of us in German uniform would help. Wait here.
Carl?
Kindly raise your hands. I was not so drunk as either of you thought. It's too bad about your friend. An unfortunate accident. He fell from the train. A pity.
It was as if I were standing 3 feet behind myself, watching myself knock the Luger out of his hand, watch my fingers go around his throat. He gave a few convulsive jerks, and then he was still. In his hand, he held a button he had ripped from my shirt. For some reason, I reached down and I took it from him. The next few minutes, I worked fast. The train was slowing down. I stuffed my uniform into the rucksack where the radio was and borrowed his. It wasn't a perfect fit, but German uniforms never are. And this German wouldn't be needing his anymore. I opened the door of the compartment, and for the second time that day, jumped to German soil. Think slowly now. Somewhere from that moment on, I made the mistake. Where did I go wrong? Where did I make that mistake?
You've made a mistake, Herr Lieutenant. My brother is not in Austria.
Please listen to me. Carl was with me. We were both coming here together before the accident on the train.
You're mistaken. My brother's not in Austria.
Liesel, I'm taking a chance coming here at all. I only have Carl's word that you'll help me.
My brother is not in Austria.
Look, I'm tired. I'm hungry. Liesel, for Carl.
There's not much to eat. Some bread and some soup. Sit down. I'll bring it to you.
I watched Carl's sister as she went over to the stove. She was small and dark, and her hair was cut short and brushed back. It was fine, like soft baby hair. I felt so tired, I wanted to brush my face against it.
Here's your soup.
Dankeschön.
There's more in the pot if you want it. I'll be back.
Where are you going?
There's someone you might like to meet. A contact. I'll get him. Stay here and eat. I'll be right back. I see you finished the soup.
Yeah. I hope it isn't all you have.
Oh, no. It's all right.
Where's your friend?
Friend? Oh, you mean, well, he's coming. He's coming soon.
Good. Carl said you'd be in touch with the Austrian partisans. I need help, Liesel. I need all the help I can get.
My friend should be here any minute. I think I'll wash the dishes now. Since everything around us is in such disorder, I like to keep some order about myself.
Here, I'll wipe. Do you mind?
If you like.
Why does this seem so funny?
What?
What's happened to the world when you start taking the crazy things for granted and the ordinary things seem out of tune with the rest of living? Like watching a woman doing the dishes, helping her.
You don't seem tired anymore.
No, I feel fine now. Fine. Schlaf nun ein, Nacht ist da.
How did you know that song?
Carl. Carl was singing it.
Oh, my Lord. Oh,
Liesel, what is it? You're pale as a ghost.
I didn't know. Oh, Lord, I didn't know.
You didn't know what? What are you talking about?
The Gestapo is coming. I told them you were here.
What did you say?
The Commandant, Gubner, he suspected me for a long time, but he's had no proof. I thought he had sent you to trick me. I was afraid.
Are you telling me the truth?
Yes.
Are you telling me the truth now?
I swear
I'll
it.
shake it out of you if you don't...
You've got to trust me. You have no one else to turn to now. You've got to trust me. Oh, you've got to trust me.
I should kill you. I ought to kill you.
Now, listen to me. You can get out of the back door now if you want. Oh, but no, you won't get far there. Oh, you better go down there, to the cellar. And trust me.
Open up in there.
I have no choice.
Quick, that door. It leads to the cellar. Go quickly.
Open up!
In a minute.
Well, where is he?
Gone.
Gone? What do you mean gone?
Well, I tried to keep him here. I couldn't without arousing his suspicion.
Yeah.
So
Yeah?
Well, you asked me not to do that, remember?
Yeah, go on.
Well, he was only passing through. He said he had a friend in the mountains. In a hut in the mountains. He told me where it was.
You'll take us then. Now.
Of course.
Sergeant,
Just follow me.
round up the men.
Ja, Herr Kommandant.
After you, Liesel. I needn't tell you you're doing a great service for the fatherland.
Take your hands off me. I've given enough proof of my loyalty.
Corporal,
Yes?
any word from Frank or Carl yet?
No, Colonel, nothing.
No, something hit a snag. It's been 12 days since they jumped. Well, let me know. as
Wait a
soon as
minute.
something
Here's
comes-
something now.
2345. Brooklyn calling.
Brook,
All well.
that's it. Brooklyn.
This is
That's the
Brooklyn.
code name.
Hey, he's coming through clear.
Time is now 2345.
Huh?
Come in. Over.
Dodger to Brooklyn. We hear you. Over.
Average 14 inches snowfall nightly.
Take this down.
Yes.
Average 14 trains a night being assembled,
Carrying sugar to Dixie.
carrying supplies to southern German
All
front.
snow jamming Grand Canyon.
All trains routed by Vorarlberg Tunnel.
Juniors gaining weight. Over.
Wehrmacht gathering strength. Corporal, let me at that radio. Dodger to Brooklyn. Making this fast. Sending it in clear. Imperative, learn within 2 weeks disposition of all airborne troops and units within your area. Good night. Good luck. Over.
Wilco, keep the home fires burning. Good night. Over and out. Well, that's the first one, Liesel. They got it. I haven't got much time. You heard him, just 2 weeks.
Oh, don't worry. We'll have the information.
How nice it must be to be Liesel. So confident, so cool and sure.
But I'm not. I'm afraid. I don't sleep at night. I'm afraid all the time. Oh, Freddie.
Liesel. From the night I first came there and crawled into the corner of that damp cellar while she led the Gestapo on a merry chase through the mountains, Liesel and I worked hard. My radio aerial was set up, hidden, lost in a mass of clotheslines. Together we rounded up Austrian partisans. Where did I go wrong?
So you are Liesel's cousin, Freddy.
Ja, Herr Kommandant. I am Liesel's cousin.
Would you like some wine, Commandant?
Dankeschön. I didn't know Liesel had a cousin from Berlin. We knew she had a brother, Karl.
Well, Liesel and I never mentioned Karl, Herr Kommandant. We're loyal Nazis.
Ah, yes. Prost.
Prost.
I suppose she told you what happened to her a few days before you came.
Some more wine, Commandant.
I haven't finished this glass yet, Liesel. You seem nervous.
It's such an honor having you visit us here.
Liesel. You know, Herr Lieutenant, your little cousin has been much nicer to me lately. I tried to convince her for some time that there are advantages to being friendly with the right people. I suppose she told you about the American spy who came here over a week ago?
I find that hard to believe.
I'm not sure what he was. He was in German uniform, and he may have been a deserter.
Possibly. In any case, we had a long search for nothing that night. We found no trace of him. You say you have a medical discharge, Herr Lieutenant?
Ja, Herr Kommandant. The rest of my family was bombed out in Berlin.
Oh, yes.
I had no place to go, no one else to come to, so I came here.
Strictly a matter of regulations. May I see your papers? Your papers, Herr Lieutenant.
I have them here. Here you are.
Yes. You know, Herr Lieutenant, this is the first time I've seen one of these filled out correctly. Thank you for the wine, Liesel. With your permission, I'll come back again.
Brooklyn to Dodger. Heavy shipment of pianos to Dixie. Brooklyn to Dodger. Bricklayers Union schedule heavy meeting in Dixie. Brooklyn to Dodger. Maybe slight delay. Home team will travel. Over and out.
What's the matter, Colonel?
They must be closing in on him. Home team will travel. That means he's got to move the radio.
I'm going with you, Freddie.
No, you're not, Liesel. You're going to stay here. If we both leave when I move the radio, Gubner's sure to be suspicious.
But, Freddie...
You go to Fritz Heimer. Tell him to send a courier to the other town. Tell him I'll be there tomorrow night.
All right. Anything you say. Here. Let me sew on that button for you.
No, it's all right. I'll do it. Take my mind off things.
You're tired. You've worked too hard. If the Allied armies are as close as you think, maybe it'll all be over soon. I'll be back.
Liesel? Oh,
Forgive me for just walking in, Herr Leutnant.
good evening, Herr Kommandant.
The door was unlatched.
It's all right, Herr Kommandant.
I was just passing. I wanted to say hello to your little cousin and invite her to dinner at my house tomorrow night. You think perhaps she will come this time?
Perhaps, Herr Kommandant. Women are never very easy to figure.
No, you're right there. What are you doing? Don't let me interrupt you.
Oh, just this button. It came off.
So I see. Army training is so valuable. It teaches you so many things, even sewing on a button.
I'll tell Liesel you were here.
That's very obliging of you. Only I believe you will not be in a position to tell her anything.
What's that?
You have made just the little slip I have been waiting for you to make. You are under arrest. Friedrich Schmidt.
So many things to remember. An American cigarette could give me away, an English match, laundry marks, some clothing. Cut 'em out, patch 'em up. Little... Yes. Yes. Now I know where I made the mistake. The button. Americans sew them on in crisscross. Europeans in parallel. I was nervous and I forgot the button. And Gubner saw me.
Get up. Come with me. You are wanted for more questioning.
Your name. Your objective. Who sent you? Where are the American armies?
My name is Friedrich Schmidt.
Your name.
The commandant asked your name.
Your objective.
Your objective.
Who sent you?
Who sent you?
Where are the American armies?
My name is Friedrich Schmidt. I'm a German soldier.
Oh, God, throw him back in his cell.
Sleep. Try to sleep. Remember to lie when they come to take me out again for questioning. I wonder if Liesel got away.
You're going on a journey, Schmidt, to another camp where they have even more persuasive ways of making you talk. I shall escort you there myself.
My name is...
Get up! I said get up! Driver, stop at that tavern on the right.
Ja, Herr Kommandant.
It's a pity, Schmidt. We shall share no more wine and little cakes with Liesel. I have something else in store for Liesel when I catch up with her. Her cousin. Yeah. I'll be only a few minutes, driver. You're not to speak to the prisoner while I'm gone. Do you understand?
Ja, Herr Kommandant.
Frank, listen. He won't catch up with Liesel because she's with friends.
Carl!
So you think a little fall from a train could kill me? Herr Gubner wants to know where the American armies are. He'll find out soon enough. It was your messages, Frank, that brought them where they are.
Carl, I don't believe it.
Listen to me, Frank. Listen to me. Our armies walked right into that Dixie front you told them about in your messages. Right now, they're only 20 miles north. I've got 1,500 partisans organized and ready to surrender the whole town and the mayor when they get there.
It's impossible.
You'll see. Listen now. At the next fork of the road, there are friends waiting to take us through to the army. The three of us.
3 of us?
Yes. I imagine you have a few scores to settle on the way with Herr Gubner.
It wasn't coincidence, but a forged transfer that made Carl driver of that car. It wasn't luck, but carefully planned inside information that told the OSS exactly where Frank Baker was. It led to his release that closed the drawer finally on file number 2218 with the words, "Mission accomplished." And Carl's story? Carl's Adventures, also based on actual incidents, is file number 2219 in next week's
Cloak and Dagger. In today's true OSS adventure, the part of Frank was played by Joseph Julian. Ross Martin was Carl, the Commandant Barry Kroger. Raymond Edward Johnson played the Colonel, Bernard Pollock the Corporal. Dolly Haas played Liesel. This has been a Louis G. Cowan production under the supervision and direction of Sherman Marks. Material heard on today's program was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alastair McBain. The script was written by Winifred Wolfe, and the music was under the direction of John Gart. This is Carl Weber speaking.
You have just heard the first of your new NBC Sunday afternoon mysteries. Stay tuned now for High Adventure, thrilling stories of action and suspense. Then be sure to hear The Big Guy, an exciting and different kind of detective. Now keep tuned for number 2 in NBC's new Sunday afternoon mystery lineup.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS. Ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's story, The Trojan Horse, is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
August 1942. Report to OSS headquarters in Casablanca from Agent Henri Fontaine in France. Contact with girl Gabrielle Monet was made in the Bluebeard Café in Paris. I went there alone on the evening of the 15th and sent her a note with a waiter asking her to come to my table when she'd finished her song. Then I sat and waited. German officers were spread about the room as they were spread about all of occupied France. I wondered what they would say if they knew why I had come.
You send me this note, eh?
Oui, mademoiselle. Will you join me?
Why not? I drink with anyone these days.
What will you have, eh?
What have you? Let me taste from your glass.
It is very bad wine.
Huh? You are right. Oh, the only time a girl may get good wine nowadays is when she drinks with the Boche. Never mind, I'm not thirsty.
I enjoyed your song.
Is that what you wanted to tell me?
I think you are wasting your time here in Paris.
Paris is wasting our time on Paris these days.
I can offer you a better position in Casablanca.
What did you say? Who are you?
My name is Henri Fontaine. I, too, have a good position with the American OSS in North Africa.
What are you saying?
Before the Germans came to France, I was a poor poet. They did me a service. Now I'm a rich spy.
You You sit here in a room full of Germans and tell me this? What makes you think I will believe you? What makes you think I won't turn you over to the Germans if I do, huh?
Mademoiselle, I am not such a brave man. Neither am I a fool. We have kept you under observation for months. We know you better than you know yourself. Is there anything you'd like to know about yourself?
What do you want of me?
On our side, we have only the very best. Forgers, counterfeiters, cutthroats, and spies. Will you join us?
Just tell me what you want me to do.
Agent Henri Fontaine in France to Agent Steve Lytle in Casablanca. Arrangements have been made to transport the girl Gabrielle Monet to the south of France and then to Casablanca. Awaiting further instructions. Over.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
The roses will bloom early this year, I think.
Oui, but not too early, I hope.
Good, good. I've been waiting for you. It is dark. I can't see you well. Is the girl with you?
She is here. Gabby, say something so our friend will know you are here.
I am tired.
Did you have difficulty reaching my safe in Paris?
Not too much. With swarms of displaced persons all over France to mingle with, and a slight bit of help along the way from the underground, it was not too bad.
Good, good. Now follow me. I will take you to the fishing schooner.
But
I know you're tired. Cheer up, Gabby. You'll have a nice, long trip by water to rest up.
Oh?
And then another nice, long trip by auto to Casablanca.
Oh, I like automobiles. In the old days, I liked nothing better than a pleasant ride.
But Gabby did not like the automobile trip to Casablanca. It was probably nothing like the old days. I drove up front alone while she was fitted in the trunk of the car behind gasoline drums. There were gunny sacks and a Moroccan rug thrown over her. Across everything, a heavy canvas cover lashed down with just enough air left for her to breathe. We drove that way over rough roads for several hours. When it got dark, I pulled over to a side lane and let her out. Gabby, come out, come out.
Oh, my back. It is broken.
I will gladly massage it for you.
You are too kind.
Not at all.
No, thank you.
Pity.
Why did we stop?
To give you a chance to stretch your legs. And a cigarette if you want one.
Oh, I would die for one. Give.
I have one lit here.
Mille merci.
You see? I try to be gentle. I try to make up for the inconvenience I am causing you.
Ça c'est drôle.
I remember what another poet once said. A German, by the way, but not a Nazi. His name was Goethe.
What did he say?
He said, be gentle with women. Remember, they were made from a broken rib.
I am not amused.
I'm sorry.
You are always smiling. Do you enjoy the war, huh?
I am a poet. There is poetic excitement in being behind the lines, working underground. I enjoy being a spy.
Well, I am no Mata Hari.
You will do.
You still have told me nothing. Why did they send for me?
You remember a German named Paul Vogel?
Paul... What do you know of him? Tell me.
Not now. The time is late.
But I must
Throw
know.
away your cigarette.
Why did you mention
I said later. We have a long journey ahead. If we pass the border post, I will tell you. If we do not, the words and minutes would only be wasted.
Halte là!
I thought I would never reach the border. It's been a long trip.
Where are you headed?
Casablanca.
You anything to declare?
No, nothing.
Let me see your passport.
Here you are. All of a sudden, I spotted a small black dog sniffing and whining at the trunk of the car where Gabriel was hidden. The customs officer had not noticed him, and I knew I had to find some way to keep him from noticing. One becomes stiff after so long a ride. While he looked over my passport, I went to the rear of the car, picked up the dog by the scruff of the neck, and started to pet him.
Your passport seems to be in order, but what's the matter with Jeff?
Nothing. Perhaps he does not like to be picked up.
If he did, he wouldn't try to bite you. Better put him down.
I knew if I put Jeff down, he'd go back to sniffing around that trunk. I felt like strangling that cute little black puppy.
Well, put him down.
I have taken a fancy to him. How do you feel about selling him to me, eh?
Huh? Well, you are serious, monsieur?
Oui, I like him. Come, how much, eh?
Oh, take him. There are two more like him around somewhere.
Thank you. He will liven up the journey.
Wait.
Huh?
Before you go.
Yes?
What is in your trunk?
Huh?
I said, what is in your trunk?
Let me put the dog in the car, and then I will show you. The trunk, I will show you. You see? Gasoline drums.
Yes, I see. Very well. Close the trunk.
I may go?
Of course.
Thank you again for Joff.
August 27th, 1942. Report to OSS headquarters in Washington from Agent Steve Lytell in Casablanca. Fontaine and the girl arrived. I knew as soon as she walked in that Paul Vogel could not have forgotten her. I only hoped her memories of him weren't too strong. Now, as you know, Miss Monet, this is an international zone. We are, in effect, neutrals. In Casablanca, we pass each other in the streets. Germans, Americans, Vichy, and Free French. You can imagine what a hotbed of international intrigue we have here.
Oh, I know nothing of that kind of intrigue.
Then perhaps we can broaden your horizon.
Hold it, Henri. Now, listen to me, Yebby. The head of the German Armistice Commission in Casablanca is a man named Paul Vogel. Does that name mean anything to you?
We knew each other once, before the war.
Knew each other?
He was an attaché to the German consulate in Paris.
You almost married him once, isn't that so?
That is my business.
I'm afraid we've made it our business. Now, Gabby, we've kept close watch on you these past months, and we're sure that you're no Nazi or Vichy sympathizer.
Oh, I hate them all for what they are doing to
But
France.
Vogel, what are your feelings toward him?
I haven't seen him in years.
That's not answering my question.
If he is a Nazi, I have no feelings toward him.
All right, then. Now, the open secret here in North Africa is the planned American invasion. The closed secret is where and when. Now, that's what Paul Vogel wants to find out for German headquarters.
I still don't understand what
You're to tell him, Cherie.
What?
Henri's right. You're to take up this friendship with him once more. Give him all the information he wants. You'll get it direct from us.
What?
Now, rest assured it'll be the wrong information. You understand now?
I'm beginning to.
Good. We have a job for you at the Three Lanterns Cafe. Now, starting tomorrow. Agent Henri Fontaine and I were at the Three Lanterns Cafe the next night when Gabrielle opened there. Cafe was packed, but even the crowd around the bar, officers with ribbon chests, waterfront riffraff, and black marketeers, all of them were quiet when she sang. She was wearing a red dress. And in the spotlight, her face looked smaller and whiter. and her hair looked blacker. There wasn't a man in the room who could take his eyes off her. I wondered how soon it would be before Paul Vogel came in and saw her, too.
A girl like that could make you forget the war, eh, Steve?
I've got a wife back in Syracuse.
Can she wear red like that?
My wife can be trusted. And this girl? She and Vogel were pretty close in the old days.
I know my own kind. She can be trusted.
I hope you're right. The success of the whole American invasion may hinge on it.
A lot depends on how hard Vogel falls for that little bait up there on the bandstand. Steve, Vogel, he's just come in.
That's all I wanted to see. Come on, let's get out of here.
Excuse us. Pardon? Pardon?
This table is free, waiter. It will do.
Oui, Vogel. You wish to see the wine list?
Oh, that girl. How long has she been here?
The singer, you mean? She started only tonight.
Tell her to come to this table when she's finished. You understand?
Oui, I understand.
No, you don't. You only think you do. Go tell her what I said, and bring a bottle of your best wine.
Idea it was you, Paul, when the waiter came to me. How like you to walk back into my life so quietly after making so violent an exit.
Ah, the world is small after all, Gabby.
I'm amazed to find you in Casablanca.
I can say the same of you. What are you doing here?
I arrived here a few days ago, but I've been in North Africa for months. Tangier, Oran, Tunis, singing.
How were you able to leave France after the occupation?
You should know how well I always got along with Germans.
You don't seem angry with me any longer, Liebchen. After that last time, 6 years ago.
Life is too short to be angry for too long at anyone. Besides, I was a fool to have been jealous over that silly blonde with the bad legs. I've even forgotten her name.
Suzanne.
Aha! I see you have not forgotten.
Merci, monsieur.
Oh, it's a wine. Gabby, how good it is to be with you again.
How good it is to be with you, Paul.
For you? For me. Now, we will drink to what is to be, Liebchen.
What is to be?
You could have no better guide through Casablanca than I, Gubby. Come, what else would you like me to buy you from the marketplace? A scarf, perhaps? A gold scarf to put around your hair, yeah.
Have you taken many girls to the marketplace, huh?
Oh, will you be forever jealous of me, Liebling? What is it, the French in you?
It is the woman in me. I imagine you are in great demand by the women here. The chief of the German Armistice Commission.
How did you know that?
I know more than you think.
Oh?
Would it interest you to know the name of one of the most important American agents in North Africa?
Who?
Steve Lytle.
What do you know of him?
I know him. And he knows the details of the planned American invasion.
Come. I will buy you a gold scarf.
Well, have you nothing to say of what I just told you?
I knew that already. I, too, have agents. However, thank you for telling me. I can promise you more than a gold scarf if you find out additional information for me. Is this possible?
It might be. Very possible.
Agent Lytle in Casablanca to OSS in Washington. The girl, Gabrielle Monet, has been in the paid employ of the German government here for several weeks, according to our plan, and we'll transmit to them the Dakar Cover Project.
September 1942. Report to OSS headquarters from Agent Monet. I had a feeling that things were going too smoothly. I seemed to be holding my breath, waiting for something to go wrong. And on the night of the 29th, it did. Paul Vogel was in my room above the cafe. We were listening to my record of our favorite song. You'll have to go soon. It is late.
Forget the time. Who would think it would come to this again, Gabi? After that day in Paris, when we quarreled so.
I remember that day. We showed poor judgment to argue out of doors. It was raining. I got a terrible cold in the nose.
Poor Gabi. Let me kiss that poor nose.
Chérie. Oh, Paul, you really must go. But before you do, I have a paper for you in my purse. Dates when high officials will be in Casablanca. I'll get it for you.
I want to talk to you.
You're hurting my arm. Let me go,
Germany is
Paul.
paying you well for this information you are
Paul,
giving us.
please.
Some of it is useful information, but none of it is as important as I would like.
I will try to do better.
You had better do better. You know what would happen, Gabi, if I found out you were crossing me.
I would not cross you.
It is nothing for me to
my...
twist your arm like this. Such a small arm. Think what I could do if I really tried to hurt you.
You hurt me now because you don't trust me. What do you want?
You claim to know this American Lieutenant.
I do.
You claim you get your information from him.
I
Is
do.
that all he gives you? What about his love?
Oh,
does he give you that too?
Paul, the shoe is on the other foot. Now it is you who are jealous. Oh, how foolish of you. Think, would I lie to you?
Gabi. Oh, Gabi. If you ever lie to me, I would rather see you dead at my feet than standing looking at me and lying. You'll hear what I say.
Yes. Yes, I hear. I hear.
No more wine. I must keep my head clear to think of what you have just told me.
Now, are you satisfied that I'm earning my money?
Dakar. So the Americans will land in a few weeks at Dakar. Very likely, very likely. Dakar is strategically important.
It will be more important if the German fleet is there to stop the invasion.
Yeah. That bungled attempt at a landing under de Gaulle's leadership failed, so the Americans probably figure we would not dream that they would try it again in the same place.
One American, Steve Liddell, does not dream you nor this. Are you going to tell German headquarters?
But of course, this is something they will want to know.
He believes it, Steve, every word of it.
Good.
The German fleet is being sent to stop the invasion at Dakar.
Good, Gabi. Good work.
Steve, radio report just in from Gibraltar.
What is it?
No. Let me tell it, Geoff. General Clark will rendezvous on October 21st at Point Agreed near Algiers.
You know what that means? Final preparations for the Iran invasion. Nothing must go wrong now. Nothing.
November 4, 1942. Something very wrong happened. Paul came to my room just before I was ready to go downstairs to the cafe. Paul!
Gabby, your friend, Lytle, has been playing you for a fool. Do you hear what I say?
I don't understand.
The invasion is not the car. I just learned myself it's to be Oran. Oran! And the German fleet, on my suggestion, is waiting in Dakar for nothing.
Paul.
And will continue to wait for nothing.
Paul, it can't
Do you know what this will mean to me? Do you realize what the High Command will do to me for this?
Please, Paul.
Ruin.
Perhaps your latest information was wrong about Oran.
No. It all ties in. They, the Americans, wanted me to believe that... Gabby, what had you to do with this?
Now what are you saying? I'm getting tired of your suspicions. One day you trust me, the next day you don't.
You're French? What kind of French?
Instead of questions, ask yourself this. Would I betray you, Paul? Not Germany, but you. Think. Look at me. Look at your Gabby and answer.
No, of course not. Not you. You wouldn't dare. There may still be time to stop the Americans at Oran. I must get back to headquarters and let them know by radio. I should have done that right away instead of coming here.
Oh, have a drink first.
No, later. I'll be back.
It will
later.
not be easy for you to tell the High Command this. A drink will fortify you. Yes.
Perhaps you're right. One drink, then.
Paul sat on the edge of the couch, his head in his hands. I remember thinking how very blonde was his hair, how large his hands. It was not difficult for me to drop half the L tablet from my purse into his glass as I poured the liquor over it.
Oh.
Here you are.
Dankeschön.
Poor Paul. Pauvre petit. You look so tired. Drink.
Where are you going?
To put on the record you like. We played it so often lately, Paul, that one of these days it will just rise up in protest. You tired?
No. No, why should I be tired? I must go now. I've had my drink.
Hear my record through, then you will go.
No. No, now. I must go now. You're so good to me, Gabby. You love me. You love me very much.
His head had fallen on his arms and rested on the table. The tablet had begun to work as I knew it would. I got the automatic pistol that had been given to me by the Americans and shot him twice through his very blonde head. Report from Agent Gabriel Monet. Fini.
Well, it ought to come any minute now, news of the invasion. I've had word that Eisenhower and Clark were in Gibraltar on November the 8th. I'll let you both know as soon as something comes through on the radio.
Are you all right, Debbie?
Me, don't concern yourself.
You did what you had to do. It took courage.
Well, if I had thought about it longer, perhaps I would not have had the courage. You cannot know.
I think I do.
He meant a great deal to me. A long time ago. I killed him.
Listen to me. I told you something once that the poet Goethe said. He also said this. Give up what perished long ago, and let us love what's living. Do you hear, Gabby? Do you hear?
Écoutez, écoutez. Yankee, Franklin, Midway, Lincoln, Robert Harry.
That's it, the code name. Robert's arrived. The invasion's begun. Do you hear?
Did you hear, Gabby? Did you?
Yes. Yes, I heard.
once again, the report of an OSS agent is closed with the words,
Mission accomplished.
A further adventure in black warfare is next week's
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's story were Jane White, Barry Kruger, Leon Janney, Joseph Julian, Carl Weber, Raymond Edward Johnson, Guy Sorrell, and Bernie Gould. Script was by Winifred Wolfe. Music under the direction of John Gart. Today's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This has been a Louis G. Cowan production under the supervision and direction of Sherman Marks. Stay tuned for the second big mystery, High Adventure, on NBC.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS, ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's story, The Brenner Pass, is the story of an American engineer who single-handed cut off the escape of part of the German army in Italy from onrushing American troops. The Brenner Pass is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
No, Padre, I don't want it.
Ecco, qualche cosa a bere. Drink it. Drink this, figlio mio. It will warm your insides.
I want to talk to you. I want to tell you.
Drink this first. Buona.
I'm so tired.
Rest then.
So tired.
Rest.
You won't give me away, will you? You'll hide me if the Germans come. Won't you, Padre? Won't you?
You came to me, my son, because you knew I'd give you sanctuary. Any man has sanctuary in this house.
Yes,
I've taken an oath, figlio mio. Anything you tell me, only God and I will witness. And if I had not taken this oath, I still would not give you away.
Thank you, Father.
Now, you are an American. That much you have told me. Do you want to tell me more, or do you want to sleep first?
No.
It is better you sleep first. I'll sit beside you. I won't leave you.
No, Padre. I want to tell you there may not be much time. I have a feeling that time is running out for me.
My son.
My name was Donald Harper. I say was because somehow I don't feel as if I have a name anymore. When you're tracked down and hunted, you're not a human being. There's no past or future. There's just the present, and you run. So much has happened in a few weeks that it's hard for me to remember. Remember back from this morning when you found me unconscious on the steps of the chapel. Back to the morning I was sent on my mission. November 12th, 1944.
Captain Harper, I'm well aware of everything we have to gain if this scheme of yours succeeds.
You still think it's just a scheme, eh, Colonel?
I don't have to think. I know what your chances are of actually getting through to the Brenner Pass and blowing up that highway. And I know what'll happen to you if the Italian fascists or the German police get you.
I know a couple of things, too, Colonel. One of them is the country up there in the mountains.
Hmm?
Yes, I nearly broke my neck half a dozen times when I was a kid climbing the rocks around my grandmother's hut. And just before the war, I took a trip from the States to see her again. I skied over every inch of that mountain near the Brenner Pass. Colonel, I know I can do it.
We've been through this before, Harper. I'm aware of everything in your favor. Your knowledge of the country, the fact that you were an engineer before the war.
Just give me supplies, some TNT, an Italian uniform, and some phony papers in case I tangle with the fascisti. It's all I need, Colonel. I tell you, I can do it.
It's true. If that highway to the Brenner Pass could be destroyed, it would take the Germans months to repair it. It would cut off one of their retreats out of Germany.
Of course.
Now, we'd have them where we want them when the American armies advance. Their backs to the mountains and no way out.
That's it. That's it. Your permission, Colonel. Please let me try it.
You say your grandmother's hut is right near your objective?
Yes, sir.
I'll give you names to memorize of other partisans in the mountains who might help you on the way. I'll have all the supplies you requested, and you can leave.
From the beginning, Padre, I had bad luck. It snowed during most of the 40-mile journey, and it was difficult for me to move quickly. And the longer it took me, the more chance I had of being discovered. Then it came. You know what a storm is like here in the mountains, how it can blind you and throw you against the rocks. When it was all over, I realized what had happened. I had been thrown off my course, but that wasn't the worst of it. My knapsack was gone, all my supplies, and the packet with papers the OSS had forged for me. I had no identification now, and no food. But I still had the TNT for the highway near Ampezzo. There is a tavern, Padre, not far from Parola. It wasn't sheer recklessness, but desperation that made me go in there knowing I had no papers. Knowing the tavern catered to Nazis and fascisti. Knowing the rucksack on my back was filled with explosives. But there was no other place for miles, and I had to get food or I couldn't go on.
Come, Tony, tell us more of the story.
Oh, well, as I already told you, she was fat as prima donna.
Yeah.
Oh, Mira, she was big. Oh, she was like this. And look what she sang. When she sang, it looked like this. La, la, la.
See? What would you like to order?
Some bread and cheese, if you have it, and some coffee, black. Very strong, if you have it, please.
See?
Where's the beer I ordered? Bring it fast if you know what's good for you.
Yeah, see, fast. Bring it fast if you know what is good for you.
See, coming right away.
I tried to make myself as inconspicuous as possible.
Oh, you Italian.
I hoped the Germans would continue to be amused by the Italian girl and not ask to see my papers. I had nearly frozen in the snow a half hour before. Now the sweat broke out all over my forehead. Pay attention to her, I kept praying. Watch her, watch her. Don't even look my way.
Here you are, senor. Cheese, bread, coffee.
Oh, grazie.
It is here. I have it here, right here.
Oh, that soldier must be important to be served first. Come here, soldier. Come over here and tell us how important you are.
Well, no, I'm not important at all. Forgive me. The waiter should have served you first.
That's right. He is not important. Come, take a sip of my beer, Tony. It will make it taste better.
Let the soldier have beer with us.
No.
Poor soldier, he's all alone. Buongiorno. Come and have some beer with us, soldier.
No, Grazie, signorina. I will just finish this coffee and then I must go.
Forget him. Come back to work.
Wait a minute. You must not be rude, soldier. Men are never rude to me. If I ask you to drink with us, you must.
No, please, signorina. Some other time, perhaps. Now I must go.
Ha! You're afraid of me. Afraid of girls and afraid to drink beer. Oh, you should be back in your mama's lap, I think. I will give you some beer now. Perhaps you will acquire a taste for it. Here.
She threw it in my face. I felt it start to trickle down my neck, and I could hear the Germans laughing themselves sick. I wanted to snap that small neck of hers in half for making me the center of attraction. Grazie, waiter.
Sure. You are very sure you are not followed here to my house?
Very sure, amico, and it's snowing again. Even the tracks from my snowshoes are covered.
We must be careful, very careful, all of us partisans. The Germans are closing in on us. Do you know what would happen if they found out I took you in? An American. This would happen.
But I tell you, there's nothing to worry about, and I'll be gone in the morning.
Ah, the morning. One.
All I want is a night's rest.
There is a bed in the back room you may use, Senor Harper. You are sure you are not followed, very sure.
Yes, and I'll be gone in the morning before you're awake.
You must not think, Senor, that I am being inhospitable, but these times, they're very bad times for all of us.
Yes, I know.
To live is important, too. Yes, in order to fight back later, one must leave now, no?
Yes.
And the Germans are clever. Very clever. If they knew you were here.
I was too tired to stand there and listen to the old man's whimpering. Too tired to watch his narrow eyes like small brown buttons dart about the room, looking first at the windows and then at the door, half expecting the Gestapo to come. All I wanted to do was sleep. I fell across the bed. But a few minutes later, I sat bolt upright, listening to the voices in the next room.
Daughter is here. An American in the back room, sleeping.
Are you sure? Are you sure he's an American, Father?
His name is Harper. Donald Harper, Tony. The American OSS sent him.
Oh, an American, eh? Oh, how the German police would like to know that.
That girl, the girl from the tavern, the friend of the Germans. I didn't stay to hear any more. There was a small door leading out to the back of the hut. I knew, Padre, that somehow I must have come to the wrong house. I didn't dare take any more chances and stop again until I reached my grandmother's. And I was so tired, so tired.
Donaldo mio. Donaldo. So good it is to see you again.
Oh, Nana.
Oh, but how you look. So thin, so tired.
Nothing changes here, does it? It could be 6 years ago or 10. Nana sitting here like this, in this house.
Ah, and your mama, your papa, how are they? Mail does not come here easily any longer. You have heard from them?
Yes, Nana, a few weeks ago. They're fine. They tried so hard to get you to America when the war came.
I would not go anywhere, Don mio. This is my home. No one could make me leave my home. Not the Germans, not the fascisti. Here I stay until the world rights itself again. But what can I get you? Comedy. Make yourself comfortable. You are hungry.
Yes, but I'm too tired to eat. I just want to sleep.
Do then. I'll make up the room for you later. For now, rest here on this couch. When you wake, I will have food for you. Like the old days, Caramio. My dear one. I will be in the kitchen. Sleep now. Sleep.
I don't know how long I slept. When I awoke, I wondered for a moment where I was. And then I saw her, standing over me.
Oh, like a little boy you sleep. I've been watching you.
You? What are you doing here?
Watching you sleep. You don't drink beer, and you're afraid of girls, and you sleep like a little boy.
You followed me here. You brought them. What have you done with my grandmother?
What?
I'll kill you. Oh. I should have killed you then. I will now.
Stop! Stop it! You're hurting.
Friend of the Germans, you little she-devil. I'll kill you.
Donaldo, here. What is going on?
Nana, you all right?
Of course I'm all right. What are you doing? Tony, what is wrong?
Oh, your grandson has his mother's hot Italian blood in his veins. He wants to kill me, that's all.
Oh, I'm ashamed of you, Donaldo. This girl, she's a friend.
Friend?
I will get the soup for you, Signora Apicella. Perhaps some soup will cool his temper.
But, Nana, I saw that girl with the German. She's...
Oh, she told me about that. She did not know who you were then.
Yes, but
She wondered why you disappeared from her father's house. She knew the name Donald Harper because she heard me speak of you often. So she came here, after you.
Nana,
When she saw you asleep, then she understood why you had run away from her.
She was with Germans. I was there. I heard...
That girl, Donaldo, is the leader of our group of partisans.
Your leader? But the Germans...
Oh, the Germans. I amuse them. Porky, animali. I tell them funny stories, and they laugh at me. Here's your soup. They do not hear me laugh when I get them drunk, and they tell me things I can use to our advantage. Your soup. Drink it.
Tony, I'm sorry.
I understand.
Che bella questa ragazza, Donaldo, no?
Yes, Nana, the girl is very pretty.
Oh, Signora Apicella, you embarrass me. Well, Donaldo, we are friends now? See?
See, Tony. Friends.
You work too hard, Caramio. What are you doing?
Oh, drawing diagrams, Nana. I've got all the plans made to blow up that highway early tomorrow morning, and I want to make sure nothing goes wrong.
Here. I brought you something to eat.
Oh, you'll spoil me, Nana. But it was good to have you spoil me again these past few days.
Ah, how good it is to be able to. Will you leave then, tomorrow, after you do what you have to do?
Yes, I must, but I'll come back to say goodbye first.
Yeah. I come.
Ciao, Signora
Ciao,
Apicella.
signorina.
Where's Donaldo?
Tony, what are you doing here?
Are you displeased to see me?
Where is that partisan friend you were going to send to help me?
Here.
What?
Me. I am the friend.
Oh, no.
I can do as good a job as any man. Let me help you, Donaldo.
No, it's crazy.
Please, let me do it.
Girl, it's crazy.
It is not crazy. Think what it will mean for me after you are gone from these mountains. Listening to my fat friends, the Germans, talk about the explosion, and to know secretly that it was I who helped to make it. Please. Donaldo. Mio.
Well, it's too late to get anyone else.
That's why I waited so long. The only man to get on this short notice is my papa, and he is a scared rabbit.
I was right the first time. You are a little she-devil.
See.
Take her with you, Donaldo.
All right, then. Pay attention to this diagram.
See.
Now, there's a railway, as you know, going right over that highway. If we plant enough TNT to blow that right onto the road, it'll be blocked up for months. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning when we got to the highway and climbed up on the tracks of the railway. Tony stayed up above, and I made my way slowly climbing down into the framework of the trestle, feeling my way along the girders. They were icy under my hands, and 2 or 3 times I almost slipped.
Careful! Careful, Ronaldo.
It's all right. Watch yourself. Watch how you handle those explosives.
Do not trouble yourself about me. I told you I can work as well as any man.
Then work as quietly as one. The troop train of Germans would be coming over the railway soon, and I had to finish before it came. I had a coil of wire around one arm and a pair of pliers hanging on a thong from my waist. Tony, you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Well, hand me down those packages of explosives, one at a time.
Here? Here you are.
All right, thanks. I shoved them in where I wanted them. Packed them close. Tony, the wedges. Quickly, don't be so slow about it.
I'm doing it as fast as I can. There.
All right. I lashed the grenade on top of the braced explosives, wound it tight with a wire, twisted it with pliers. Finally, I was finished. There was snow on the ground, and yet my shirt was wet with perspiration. All right, last finishing touch. That does it for this side, Tony. Now let's get to the other side.
See? Give me your pliers before you drop them.
Okay.
There. Oh, I have helped you much this far. See?
See, you've helped me much.
Let me do it.
No, we haven't any time to argue. That train will be along any minute.
Please let me set off the explosion. Let me have that pleasure. I will follow your directions. I will do it just the way you told me.
No. The train, it's coming.
Just tell me when to pull it.
All right, you win. But heaven help you if you make a mistake. Hold it now, steady, and don't pull on the wire yet.
Yes, I will pull it softly, lightly, but firm.
Here she comes. Pull it! It's done.
And I pulled the wire, Signor
Nana! Nana, what is it?
It is nothing. These attacks come on after.
Nana! Tony, some water, quick.
No, I will stay with her, Donaldo. You must leave quickly.
No, I'll stay. You go on.
This section will be swarming with soldiers after what we've just done.
And if they find you, they'll wonder what you're doing here.
Men do not know how to take care of the sick. I will stay and help you.
All right. Get the water.
You should not have stayed, Don Mio. I would have been all right.
All right, don't talk. Just rest.
Donaldo!
What is it?
Germans coming to this house. I can see from the window.
Oh, no. No, you should have gone before, not waited.
No, it's all right.
Donaldo, do this one thing more for me.
I won't leave while you hold them off for me. Is that what you want?
I know them. I am a favorite of theirs. Please, caro mio, you can escape and do more important work. And I will not be harmed if I stay behind.
She is right, my son. Escape. There is still time. The girl knows them.
Upstairs. They may be around the back, too, so go upstairs. Jump from the window to the roof of the barn. You can make it from there.
No, Tony.
Go, I say. Promise not to turn back. Promise.
I ran up the stairs to the tiny attic. I heard the door close downstairs, so I knew they had come in. I could distinguish their voices, too, although I couldn't hear a word they were saying. I opened the window and saw it was an easy jump to the roof. Then Tony screamed. And I forgot my promise to her and went back, flattened myself against the wall at the head of the staircase.
No, I have done nothing, but I came here to take care of this poor old lady. Well, can you not see that she's ill?
Give her another taste of the stick.
Oh, please, let the girl alone, please.
Perhaps another taste of the stick is what she needs. Signorina. Somehow, Tony, you are always around when there's trouble. Trouble and Tony.
Masha,
speak the truth.
Oh, let the girl alone, I beg of you. No, go back.
What's this? What's...
I surprised the first German when I jumped him, brought the butt of my gun down on his head again and again. But the other German was not so simple a matter. He had my shoulders pinned down, and I couldn't move. Then I saw Tony standing over us, a heavy candelabrum in her hands. Good work, Tony. Now listen to me carefully, Tony. Take my grandmother back to your house. No one will know you were here. If others question you, tell them my grandmother was here alone when someone, a stranger, took refuge here and killed the officers who came. Then she went to your house because she was afraid. Will you remember that? All of it.
Will you be back? Will I ever see you again?
Who knows? Perhaps. Perhaps. Carlina. Carlina, my dear little Tony. Now go. Go quickly. She did. I wanted to tell you, Padre, that's everything that's on my way here. You will hide me.
Rest easy.
If they come, you...
I will do what I can for you.
Yes. What's right of you coming in like this, breaking down the door?
Do not make trouble, Padre, I warn you.
No, this is a house of God.
It's all right, Padre. It's all right. No, you're mistaken. My name is not Donald Harper. I'm an Italian soldier. I was lost in the snow. My papers are gone.
Come, this is tiresome. Admit it. You are the American who blew up the highway. Answer.
You are mistaken, Herr Hauptmann. You are mistaken.
We will see. Sergeant, send in the old man.
Ja, Herr Hauptmann. In there with you.
See.
Hauptmann, in there with you.
See, I come.
Oh,
You recognize him, I see. Excellency, Mira, what is this man's name? Wie heißt er?
Harper, Donald Harper. The senor is an American. Now I have told you, you will let us alone, see?
You have talked enough, go now.
You will leave my daughter and me alone, and the old lady, too, now that I have told you. We have nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
But you will not tell my daughter. You promise, remember. She has a soft heart. It would distress her.
Take him away, guard.
You will let us alone now, see? See, we are on your side, loyal fascisti.
You have nothing to say.
Everything has been said for me.
That highway has been completely destroyed.
I'm delighted to hear it.
That many loyal soldiers of the Reich have been killed.
Well, thank you for telling me.
And what is more, you are in Italian uniform. A spy. Bullets are too good to waste on you, American. But a rope can be used again. Sergeant!
Ja, Herr Hauptmann.
Take this man out and hang him.
But I cannot do this.
You will do as you are told, Herr Doctor. Here is the death certificate of the American who was hanged this morning. Sign it.
And the cause of death you want that I should write.
As I told you. Just as I told you. Heart failure. A pity. Some weeks later, 2 retreating German battalions found their escape through the Brenner Pass blocked. Captain Harper had done his job well, and the onrushing American troops caught the enemy with their backs to a mountain. Though Donald Harper did not live to see victory, he shared in it. And once again, the record of an OSS agent closes with the words,
Mission accomplished.
A further adventure in black warfare is next week's
Cloak and Dagger.
Featured in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure were Everett Sloan, Hester Sundergaard, Barry Kroger, Louis Soren, Virginia Payne, Raymond Edward Johnson, Carl Weber, and Boris Aplin. Script was by Winifred Wolfe. Music was under the direction of John Gart. Today's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This has been a Louis G. Cowan production in association with Alfred Hollander and was under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks. Stay tuned for the second big mystery, High Adventure, on NBC.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS. Ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's story, The People in the Forest, is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
The plane began to slow down, and then it circled slowly. Someone pulled the cover off the jump hole, and I got my first view of France. Occupied France. August 1944.
Action stations.
On the ground to the right, I could see fires like safety matches lit in the moonlight. And I wondered how big they really were, those fires that were out there to guide us in. The dispatcher told me I was to jump second.
Running in. Ready, number one?
Ready. And then it happened. The first bad break of that mission. Only it didn't happen to me, it happened to Chris Fowler.
See you in France, Capella.
Okay, Fowler.
Number one. Good luck. Go!
Geronimo!
I just stood there looking down, watching him go. And then my heart started to pound all over me. My breath caught, and I nearly choked on it. Chris fell and fell and fell. But the chute didn't work. It came out of the bag and streamed unopened behind him. Paratroopers call that a Roman candle.
Tough break. Want to turn back, Scarpella?
Huh? No, I'll jump it.
Okay, then. Ready, number two? Number two. Ready?
Ready?
Jump!
The wind came up and hit me in a rush. I felt myself falling. I think I died a few times until I heard the crack of the chute. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. The most beautiful sight in the whole world, that big white umbrella over me. The little safety matches on the ground got bigger and bigger. I realized they were torches. And then I saw a figure of a man waving. He started to get bigger, too. And then the torches were put out. I was about to get my first introduction to the French underground.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
I saw what happened to your friend. It was too bad.
Yeah.
You had courage to jump after that.
Maybe if I'd stopped to think about it, I never would have. Maybe I was afraid I'd never jump again if I didn't then. Well, anyway, here I am. My name is Captain Robert Scarpella.
Captain Robert Scarpella, American. Welcome. Welcome to France. I'm ecstatic to make your acquaintance, Captain.
The little guy threw his arms around me and
friend.
kissed me. When I was
Welcome.
12, I'd said nix to kissing my father goodnight because it embarrassed me. And here was this little Frenchman with the beret and baggy pants and farmer's shoes with his arms around me. Hey, cut it out, will you?
I'm just so happy to see you, American. Well, I'm the Fox. The Germans themselves gave me that name. Look at this head. Would you believe there is a price on it?
Oh, are you the leader?
Yes, of one of our little bands. The British radio alerted us about your coming.
Well, there's a good reason for my coming, Captain Fox.
You may call me simply Fox.
Okay, Fox.
All right. Now let's pick up supplies that were brought with you.
Right.
As for your mission, Captain, there will be time enough to talk about it when we get deeper into the forest to our hideaway.
Is it very far from here?
Unfortunately, there's a little walk. We were forced to move our headquarters last night after another German raid.
Oh? What do you mean, another?
Our positions have been raided 3 times the past month, almost as if the Boche were given a map of where we were in the forest.
Oh? Sounds to me like somebody's dirty work.
I have thought of that, Captain. But if there is a traitor in our group, I shall find him. We know how to deal with such.
I'll bet you do. Oh, here we are.
Oh, that's nice. Very, very, very nice. This Carmen rifle, beautiful, beautiful.
Now, there are shoes in those packages, too, and food and grenades.
Oh, what a beautiful rifle.
I was to tell you to expect a heavy supply drop in a few weeks.
Oh, what a beautiful rifle. We still are using field pieces from the Franco-Prussian War. But this is a beauty. Now gather up your things, Captain Scarpella. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll be back.
The fox disappeared into the woods. The whole thing seemed like a crazy nightmare. The whole forest surrounded by Germans. And yet here I was passing the time of day just like nothing at all with a Frenchman who had a price on his head. And somewhere out there, where he drifted, Chris was a dead heap under a lot of parachute silk. I grabbed a gun, and I waited for trouble. I didn't know whether to go after the fox and take a chance on being ambushed or stay where I was. Someone was coming. I ducked behind a tree. The only thing I could figure was the Germans had seen the plane, seen me land. I took aim. Carefully. Slowly.
American, where are you?
Oh, for crying out loud, what happened? What were those shots?
I just wanted to get the feel of your gun. So I simply tried it on a couple of Germans over the edge of the hill. It sights very well, though.
Oh, for crying out loud.
This little dinner party is in your honor, Captain Scarpella.
Oh?
I regret we have nothing better than wild rabbits to offer you.
Well, this is swell. Quite a welcome. Headquarters didn't tell me to expect anything like this.
Luzette, more wine for the captain.
But of course. Here, I will refill your glass.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, mais non. In France, we say thank you this way.
Hey.
You mind my kissing you?
No, not at all.
I love Americans.
Huh?
All Americans.
Hey.
Come help me. I need your help.
Luzette, let go. Marie's calling you.
Oh, oui, Maman, I am coming.
She's a very pretty girl, that,
Luzette.
Luzette, yes.
And very young.
Yeah?
Only 17.
Oh?
Already she has seen so much. Hiding like this in the forest, sneaking back into the German-held village.
Into the village?
Oui, monsieur. Many of our group work in the village, right under the noses of the enemy. And the Germans do not know that they are members of the Maquis.
Oh, but they know you're here.
Oh, they know that we're here, but they do not dare come near the forest, except in big raiding parties. They know very well that to one dead of ours, there will be 12 dead of theirs. Well, Captain, now about your mission. Its purpose? Tell me more, please.
Well, I was sent here to find out the German defense plans for the port of Saint Nazaire and the entire coastal area around here. Now, I know those plans are in German headquarters in the village.
And you request our help?
I've got to have those plans, and in a matter of days. I've got to deliver them personally to 8th Corps headquarters.
Now put your mind at ease, Captain Scarpella. The fox will help you. Now, the first thing I will do is put you in contact with...
Attention! Captain Scarpella, I'm Marie.
Ah, she's the mother cat of that little kitten who kissed you before.
Oh, well, happy to meet you.
And we are all enchanted to meet you, American. In your honor, we have a special surprise. Listen. Attention. 1, 2, 3.
Take me out to the ball game.
Well,
Take me out to the
for crying out loud.
You're pleased, Captain Scarpella?
Well, this is something to write home about.
Write home about?
Yeah. Yeah, nice, cozy evening with friends. Why, you'd never know there was a war going on.
Libos! Libos!
Alert! Where's the lookout?
There are 2 German trucks about a kilometer from here, Captain Fox.
I see. What else?
There are 2 divisions at least of German soldiers surrounding us.
Captain Scarpella, I regret very much to have interrupted your welcome party in this manner. Renner?
Oui, le Fox.
Renner?
Oui?
The new machine our American friend brought with him.
Oui?
Now, what is it called, Captain Scarpella?
A bazooka.
Oh, yes, this bazooka. Now, take it to an advantageous position. You understand?
Oh, oui, Fox.
Now, listen.
Yes, now, my friend. Now is the best time for him and some of the others to learn how to use it.
Oh, for crying out loud. If I thought it seemed like a nightmare before, it was nothing to what happened now. It's so mixed up in my mind, I can't remember it clearly. It wasn't anything like the patrols I'd been trained for in the Army.
Now, Captain Scarpella, follow me, please.
All right.
These Germans are becoming very annoying.
Would you mind pointing that the other way, Fox?
Yes, excuse me. This bazooka is a beauty. Just a little beauty.
From out of nowhere, a German soldier fell forward on his face. And then the Fox and I moved on. I remember thinking, cripes, this is like kids playing cops and robbers. French boys, still in their teens, ran by with the cross of Lorraine sewn on their coats. I saw Marie take aim behind a tree. And all the time, the Fox kept smiling. He never stopped smiling.
I feel selfish, Captain Scarpella. Give me that gun. I will let you borrow yours a while. There, about 50 yards ahead, there is a juicy rabbit in German uniform.
Oh?
Please, get him.
Captain LaFox was right. The rifle did sight well. And then all of a sudden, there were less Frenchmen around and more Germans all around us.
In a case like this, my friend, the best course is to run. Well, let us run.
This forest is like a jigsaw puzzle to me. You know it backwards.
It is from necessity, of course. I regret exceedingly that I must ask you to join me here in this swamp. We will stay here till it is safe to leave. Shh, the boss. Under the water. Leave only your nose above it to breathe.
They are ghosts. How can one fight what one cannot see?
I think we have them this time, Herr Hauptmann. They are scattered and disorganized. Perhaps this is the end of our trouble with them.
Relaxed. They have retreated. But those arrogant devils may return again.
Well, we'll find out from our informant later how good a job we have done this time.
Yeah. I'm going up ahead.
Shall I stay here as guard?
No. It is not necessary. There's nothing here. Come better with me.
Yeah, Herr Hauptmann.
If they had posted a guard here, it would have been most inconvenient, Captain Scarpella. Are you very wet?
What do you think?
Well, there will be clean clothes for you at our hideout. Come. It is time for us to go there. Well, this has been a very annoying evening,
Fox. Fox, did you hear what they said about...
An informant. I heard. Captain Scarpella, Marie is employed as charwoman in German headquarters in the village. She is the contact of whom I spoke.
What can I do to help you? Just tell me.
There are plans for the defense of Saint-Nazare. What do you think the chances are that they may be in the files of the office where you work, Marie?
Very good, I would say.
Marie, tell me, what are my chances of getting into those files?
Also very good. The door of the Hauptmann's office is left open for me, so I may wash the floors.
I see.
It will be easy to enter. As for the files, I have a key.
A key?
Wait. I will give it to you.
Well, this is better than I hoped for. When can we go, tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Why not now? The Germans are still out searching the forest, and the coast will be clear. Let us leave now.
Well,
I'll say it for you, Captain Scarpella. For crying out loud.
Less than an hour later, we were in the village. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and there was no one around. The village slept.
Captain Scarpella, listen to me.
Yeah.
There is the German headquarters across the street.
I
will leave you and go inside to get my mop and bucket. You will watch through the window.
Right.
When I distract the guard, go quickly to the side door. It is open. The Hauptmann's office is the third door from the end.
Third, huh?
You have the key to the files, huh?
Yes, I have it.
Bon, I go now. Remember the signal I give you, in case of danger.
I watched her go into the building. And then I took up my position at the open window. There was a guard at the front desk. No one else around. I pressed myself into the shadows. And after a while, Marie came to the front desk and began to mop the floor.
What are you doing here so early?
I'm not that early, Sergeant. And the sooner I finish, the sooner I am through.
Now go about your business, there.
I knew that soon she'd do something to distract her.
You're disturbing me.
This too must be washed. No, I will be through presently.
Fine. You spilled that all over my boots.
No.
So sorry. It was not deliberate.
All over my boots. And look at the
The
mess.
side door was open, and she said it would be.
Sorry for this.
1, 2, 3. The third door from the end.
Over the other end of the room.
I made it. The German captain's office. And in the corner were the files. The key in my hand was hot and sticky. It fit. It fit. The key fit. I knew it would, but somehow when it slid in and turned, I took a breath of relief. I didn't have much time. I knew I didn't have much time. I had to find those plans, but where? The papers, where were they? And I heard Marie's signal. And I froze. What a break. But I couldn't stop searching now. Where are they?
I only meant that I would have been through with washing the floor in front of your office.
Almost as if God had put it into my hand at the right moment, I found the photostatic copies of the defense plans. And now, if she could only hold them off until I got out of the place. Let's see now, let's see. The window, that's it. It was only a short drop to the ground and still no one in sight. I had a feeling Marie could take care of herself, and I started back for the forest, the plans in my pocket.
Now, see here, Captain Scarpella. I'm the man. You see? You come out of the forest 3 miles north at this point.
Right. Is that a clear road, Fox?
You will have no difficulty, Captain. There has never been any reason for the Boche to post guards at this exit. Now pay attention, Captain.
I must talk to you, both of you.
Marie, what are you doing back at the farmhouse? Why are you not in the village?
Marie, was there trouble after I left through that window? Do they know about the papers?
They know, because they were told by a dirty little spy from our own ranks.
What?
Now, please, quiet. This is my business, Captain. Speak, Marie.
I overheard the spy. One of us. I blush with shame to think of it. The spy was telling the Boche captain about the papers and the Americans' mission. Fortunately for you, Captain Scarpella, the spy was not able to warn him early enough.
Go on, Marie. Go on.
And the road is blocked, however. You are trapped here, American. You may have the plans, but there is no way for you to leave and deliver them. The road north is swarming with red ants of Germans.
The traitor. His name. Give me his name, Marie.
I will do better. I will give you the traitor. Renee, bring her in here.
No, please.
Throw her on the floor.
Take me to the once.
I said throw her on the floor. No. Listen to her sob, my own daughter, torn from my own flesh. Cry, daughter, not for what is going to be done to you, but for what you have done. Spy, traitor, this girl, my daughter. I spit on her.
I did not know.
I waited for her outside.
What I was doing.
After I heard her with her captain, her German captain. I waited for her and dragged her back here. Fox, do what you want with her.
Losette.
No.
Losette, look at me.
No.
Was it you? You who gave away our positions each time? Answer.
Yes, I told them. It has been so hard. I have known war for so long now. All my life, it seems.
I have known 2 wars. Would I turn on my own? I'm glad your father is dead, so he does not see this.
They promised me so much. I did not think it so bad. I only gave them small bits of information.
Small bits of information?
Except for this last about the American.
You call giving away our hideout small, Luzette?
We are so much smarter than they. and it always gave us a chance to kill so many of them.
Your excuses disgust me. Say the word, Fox. Let me throw her to the rest.
No, Mama. Pity.
I am your mother no longer. Do not call me that.
Now, wait a minute. Listen to me. Fox, this may be your affair, but I've got a stake in it.
Now, what do you wish to say, Captain?
There's only one way out of this forest. It's blocked right now.
Thanks to her.
Now, let's forget that. All that matters to me is that I get through with these plans. Now, Lizette, do you want a chance to prove yourself?
Oh, I will do anything.
Do not listen to her, Captain.
Marie.
2 faces she has.
Now, quiet. Go on, Captain.
Now, at German headquarters before, Marie distracted the guard because she knew him. Now, who knows the Germans at the exit to the forest to distract them?
I do. I will. Let me, please. They trust me. I will give you a chance to slip by.
It is too great a risk, my friend.
I have no choice. I can't stay trapped here. The plans are no good in my pocket.
Very well. On one condition. I will go alone. And if she does not do as she says, the Fox will shoot her through the heart.
You have my permission.
There are many clouds out tonight to hide the moon.
Well, the darker the better.
Luzette, there are your friends at the foot of the hill. Go to them. We will hide here among these piles of firewood.
Oui, I will go.
And remember, Luzette, this gun is aimed at you. Go.
We hid behind towering cords of tree trunks and branches piled in the woodlot for the village's firewood. We watched. A few minutes later, we saw them. The soldiers and the girl, silhouetted against the moon. We couldn't hear what they were saying, but every once in a while we heard them laugh.
They swarm about her like bees about a flower. Come this way. We will sneak past them and into the brush. Quietly now.
She's doing a good job trying to redeem herself.
Stupid American is completely trapped with no way out.
You're a sly one, Lucette. Du bist sehr klug. It's time to do. The Hauptmann don't make a mistake with you, no? There are advantages to being an officer, eh? Hey, my son!
Oh, we're caught.
They see you, American! Run!
Captain, this way, into the brush.
Get back, Lucette! Get back, let go of the gun!
I looked back over my shoulder and saw Lizette crumple into a heap on the road.
I knew she was dead.
Do not grieve for her, my friend. It is best this way. It is easier than living with herself.
How do we get out of this? We're surrounded.
You're surrounded, American. Surrender.
Surrender. What means that word?
We know you're in debt, would not. We have you cornered. Come out.
Perhaps this will help you, Mincho. Hopper, over there. Step out of the bus.
Jump
Come
on.
on, you do the same.
Trying to burn us out. If we come out, we'll be shot down by the machine guns.
American, I have an idea.
Yeah.
Stand here. When you hear a loud crash and I call out, you run through the fire. It is not bad yet, my friend.
He ran, like the fox of his nickname, to the tallest pile of firewood. In the dark night, I saw him struggle with a log at the base of the pile, and then the huge tower of wood came tumbling down and he screamed. I plunged through the fire and found the pass. And a few minutes later, the sly fox miraculously joined me.
You can make it from here alone to the American lines, Captain Scarpella.
What about you, Fox?
Don't worry about it, Fox. I'll get back all right. Perhaps we shall meet again one day, Captain. Who knows? Well, au revoir, then. Goodbye.
I never looked back. And I never saw him again. But when I think of him now, I think of him not with the beret, but with a green hat and a feather. A little like Robin Hood.
Captain Scarpella delivered the plans personally to the Assistant G2 at 8th Corps Headquarters, and he was recommended for the Distinguished Service Cross for the American lives he had saved at the port of Saint-Nazaire. Thus, the exploits of another OSS agent closes with the words,
"Mission accomplished."
A further adventure in black warfare is next week's
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure were Joseph Buloff, Lily Darvas, Larry Haynes, Nancy Franklin, Barry Kroger, Raymond Edward Johnson, Carl Weber, Boris Applin, and Jerry Jarrett. Script for Cloak and Dagger was written by Winifred Wolfe, and the music was under the direction of John Gart. Today's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This has been a Louis G. Cowan production in association with Alfred Hollander. It was under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks. Robert Warren speaking. Stay tuned now for the up-to-the-minute news on the Open Golf Championship.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS, ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's adventure, the Cutchin story, tells of an agent, an American agent, dropped behind Japanese lines in Burma. A story suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
The sky hangs low over Burma. In 1944, it was more than just the smoke and dust haze that blankets it in the dry season. It was the tension in the air that weighed the clouds down so that they almost seemed to be pressing against the wings of our plane.
You ought to reach your objective in a few minutes, Mike.
Good.
I'll tell you when to hit the silk. You got everything?
Yep. Radio, supplies, I'm all set. Boy, that's thick jungle down there.
Thick with Japs.
That's what I mean. I looked down on the towering jungle-covered mountains of North Burma. I thought of the small band of Kutchin natives who were waiting to meet me. I thought about how pitifully outnumbered they were behind the enemy lines, and how they hated the Japs. And then, all of a sudden, I didn't have time to think anymore.
Lousy Jap fighter. What cloud did he crawl out of?
It's too late to run. We're in for it.
Sorry, you're going to be late for your appointment. Brother, what I could do with a tail gunner now. Hold on to your stomach, Mike. Going to see if I can loop and get behind him.
He's still on our tail.
Yeah, he looped right behind me.
He hit our engine. On fire.
Lousy.
Here. Nice work. You got him. How bad are we hit?
We won't make it. We're going to try to belly land.
Can we jump?
Too low for that. Hold on.
Watch those trees.
I can't pull her up, Mike. I can't. I can't.
I was thrown from the plane when we crashed. I got off with nothing more than a leg that was bleeding pretty bad. When I crawled back to the wreck, I found the pilot. He wasn't so lucky. I started to run. I didn't know where I was going, but I started to run anyway, through the bamboo thickets. My leg was throbbing with pain, and I tripped. The pistol dropped out of my holster and disappeared into the high grass. I didn't have time to look for it. Somewhere to the north were the Kutchins. I had to get to them. This was headhunter country. In those days, Japs paid high prices for American scalps. After a while, my breath gave out. I couldn't go any further. My imagination put Japs and headhunters behind every tree. I told myself I had to stop. I told myself I didn't have enough wind to take another step. But I changed my mind when behind me I heard a twig snap. There was someone following. A quiet, stealthy someone on padded cat's feet. I kept on running into the river. I didn't bother to look first for crocodiles. The numbness from my bad legs spread all over me. I could hardly swim. All I wanted to do was get away from that shadow behind me. When I reached the opposite shore, I clambered onto a sandbar. Safe. Safe. Then I looked back. I saw that tireless shadow emerge from the bushes and flit silently across the river on a fallen tree trunk. My lungs were ready to burst. I pulled myself up again and fell over some roots and waited. Waited for that shadow to catch up with me. I just lay there and waited. Okay. Okay, you win. Where do we go from here? Well, say something. Don't just stand there. I probably won't be able to understand you, but say something anyway. A half-naked warrior just stood there staring at me, saying nothing. I'd have given anything to have had my gun back again. And all of a sudden I did. He just reached down and handed it to me. Hey, I don't get it. What's that card you're holding? Follow this guide. He will lead you to safety. Well, now you're talking.
Sure, and you couldn't look more surprised, Captain, than if the tall grass parted and you came on a field of four-leaf clovers.
I feel that way, Father.
Like you turned over a stone, and there we were.
Well, that's about it. I thought that native following me was a headhunter. I know they'd turn any American over to the Japs for a 2-pound bag of salt.
Ah, you're right there, unholy savages that they are. We saw your plane fall, and I sent Ying here after you with that message written on the card. He's the fastest runner in the Cochin village. I'm sorry he put such a scare into you. Oh, forgive me, Captain Shea. Did I pull the bandage too tightly then?
No, it's okay. I don't mind it too much. When I think of what happened to the pilot, I was lucky.
Ah, yes. It was a pity about the pilot. Ying, the scissors, if you don't mind. Thank you. There. Oh, almost done now. Then we'll go out and you'll meet the villagers. The women have prepared a special banquet for you.
That's very nice of them. Have you been a missionary here in Burma long, Father?
Oh, for almost 12 years now. I hardly remember any other life. These good natives have all become sons and daughters to me. We've taught each other. I speak their language. They all speak English now.
They do?
As well as I. Almost.
Then I have a question, Father.
Yes?
How come Ying over there took 10 years off my life, chasing me through the jungle? Why didn't he say something?
Well, Ying didn't speak to you, Captain Shea, because he wasn't able to.
What?
He was a prisoner of the Japanese some time ago. They cut out his tongue. That other roll of bandage, please, Ying. Thank you. Colleen, put more wine in the bamboo cup for our guest, eh?
Yes, I will be happy to. Here you are.
What did you call her, Father?
Colleen. To make it easier for me, I've renamed many of the villagers. That woman stirring the big kettle is Kathleen, and the other beside her, Bridget.
I get the general idea.
And your name is Shea. Mike Shea. A good Irish name if I ever heard one.
Well, actually, Father, it's Michael Shikalnikov.
Would you mind repeating that?
Shikalnikov. It's Polish. I shorten it because everybody has trouble pronouncing it. Sometimes I have trouble myself spelling it.
I see. Well, no matter. Tell me more about your mission.
Well, I was sent by the OSS to establish radio contact, Father, with the Northern Area Combat Command in Burma. Give them any information and help I can. That is, with your help, of course.
Yes. Well, you'll find us of great assistance. Immediately after the banquet, you can find a place to set up your radio. So, how are you enjoying your meal?
My wife never made anything that tasted like this.
Do you like it?
Eat well. Let me fill your plate some more.
Thanks. It's very good. What is it?
We make it special for you today. White bees we boil for hours.
I guess I've had enough. I don't feel right moving you out of your hut, Father.
It's quite all right. I can easily find another basher. This is the best spot for your radio. I'll even leave you the decorations on the walls to inspire you.
Ginger Rogers, huh? That's your favorite pin-up?
Well, she's a fair lass, all right. She brightens up the basher.
Well, with your permission, then, I'll stick a snapshot of my wife up with the rest of these pictures. Yeah, that does it. You know, when I think of my wife, I feel a little guilty.
Why is that, my son?
Oh, I don't know. Thought of her going blind, squeezing all the news from home into V-mail, worrying herself sick about me. And all the time, I never felt more free in my life.
Yes, I know just what you mean. I love this life in the jungle, as well as the people, my people here. I don't think I could ever leave now, By the by, do you mind if I call you O'Shea?
No, not at all, Father O'Toole. Not at all. This jungle home was a far cry from the third-floor walk-up in New York and the job behind the desk in the insurance office. The Cutchin warriors aren't imposing figures. They're short, squat, with long matted hair and teeth worn to a black stub by beetle nut. They led a simple village life, eating rice, trapping wild pigs, the technique they also used in trapping wild Japs. But they were friendly, happy people, and life with them was pleasant. Until one afternoon when a report came in on the radio.
North Area Combat Command to Agent Shakalnikov.
Agent Shakalnikov of the OSS to North Area Combat Command. You're coming in clear, awaiting message. Come in. Over.
Capture of jungle town of Michina and its airstrip is vital to aid Allied advance in Burma. Battalions of American marauders will attempt capture. They will rely on your help to get them through the jungle. Over.
Agent Shakalnikov to headquarters. Have small band of Cutchins organized. We will do what we can. Awaiting further instructions. Over.
Other native armies under OSS leadership have been alerted. Stand by. Stand by. This is imperative. Over and out.
Well...
What? Oh, Father O'Toole, I didn't see you standing there. You heard?
I heard, O'Shea.
This is a big push, all right. That airport at Michina could mean success or failure of the whole American campaign in Burma.
I'll get our warriors ready. In the meantime, there's nothing we can do but wait for orders.
That's always the worst part of it. Wait.
Quiet! Quiet, my children, quiet! Now, it is as I have told you. When the order comes from the Americans, we will advance upon the enemy.
We leave now, Father. Catch enemy ourselves.
No. That's not the way we must work from now on. The American will be our leader. We will do as he says. We will follow Captain O'Shea.
North Area Combat Command to Agent Shakalnikov in Burma. A battalion of marauders on the way to Michina has been cut off from the main body of the column and lost in the jungle. Radio contact gone. Find them and supply reinforcements. Over.
Agent Shakalnikov to headquarters. We'll do the best we can. Over and out. Well, we've waited 2 weeks for an assignment, but when it came, it was a beauty.
Well, the problem, O'Shea, is locating that battalion. Now, it occurs to me
Yes, Father.
It occurs to me that if they're surrounded by the Japanese somewhere in the jungle, the Japanese themselves would know exactly where that spot is.
Father, I don't get you.
Well, there's a Japanese bivouac less than 6 miles from here. There are undoubtedly Japanese high command who have the information we're after.
I've got you now, Father. Let one of the scouts come with me to show me the way through the jungle. We'll sneak into that Jap camp and bring one of the officers back with us.
Well, the two of you alone?
Sure. Too many of us and we're liable to get caught. Just a couple of us can make it.
All right. Wait till the moon is halfway across the sky. Then go. And the Lord go with you.
When the moon was halfway across the sky, the scout and I set out. Back through the jungle I'd come from. Only this time I was a shadow, too, slipping behind the bamboo thickets, cutting my way through the dense jungle foliage. We didn't talk much. Only what was necessary.
Jap camp close now.
Good.
Jap camp there, ahead. See through bushes.
Yeah, I see. All those fires lit. Must be some kind of a powwow going on.
Sentry. There. Where finger point.
Yeah, I see him.
We will surprise sentry. Sneak in camp from there.
Right behind you.
No talk. Quiet. No talk. No spring money, chaps.
Okay, through the bushes. Follow me.
Watch for snakes.
Is that all you're worried about? What about the tigers, wild boars, Komodo lizards?
Watch for snakes.
Snake.
You move. He strikes.
What do we do? Can you get him with a stick? A rock?
Gun best.
Gun, they'll hear us.
Gun best. Rock no good. Stick no good. If I miss, you die. Gun. Gun. Boom.
I stood there like somebody who had been frozen dumb and stiff. My heart was pounding like a jungle tom-tom. If he killed the snake, the Japs were sure to come running. If he didn't... He raised his gun slow. Slow. The snake was swaying back and forth.
Dead. Snake. Much dead.
He killed him all right, but we didn't have time to escape back into the foliage. After that, nothing's clear in my mind. There were Japs all around us, yelling like crazy, and lots of guns going off. And the Cochin scout fell flat on his face, dead. Then somebody butted me from behind with a pistol. And the moon went out of the heavens. And the sky that hangs low over Burma came down and hit me in the face.
Wake up, American. Wake up.
What? Huh? What happened? Oh, my head.
I am Colonel Haiichi of the Japanese High Command. I regret that we were forced to render you such stormy welcome.
Colonel Haiichi, eh? You speak English pretty well.
Massachusetts Institute of Technology, class 37.
DeWitt Clinton High School, the Bronx, class of 33.
We will get along well, I think, if we make a little trade.
What kind of a trade?
Your life for little information.
I see.
The American marauders. I want to know their numbers, their positions, their objective.
I don't know. If I did, I wouldn't tell you.
God. Oh! That whip was sample. We have much more in store for you if you do not agree to be more agreeable to our simple requests. I give you 24 hours to think it over, American.
The hut they threw me into was small and dark. There was a sentry posted at the entrance. What I remember most about those 24 hours was the heat. Wet, sticky heat that made my skin crawl and my lips dry. It was a cute trick of the MIT graduate class of 37 to let the water drip from a pipe right outside the barred window. After a while, it begins to get you when you're thirsty.
You get up. Get up.
Huh?
Colonel Aichi, see you now. Up, American. Up.
Okay, okay, get your hands off me. What's that?
Stampede. Stampede. Elephants.
Oh. Good work, Ying. Good work. That's one less Japanese to worry us. Father O'Toole, where'd you come from? What is this?
No time for long explanations now, lad. They outnumbered us 50 to 1, and we needed heavy ammunition. Elephants were the heaviest we could find.
Yeah, but how did you...
Well, when you didn't come back, I sent a runner. We found the body of the scout. Come, we must leave now.
Yeah, but the information I came to get.
Oh, that. We'll take it with us. Cochin warriors in this village have a grudge against your people, Colonel Hayachi. Maybe you can tell us why.
You cannot frighten me, American. You get no information from me.
Shoes on the other foot now, huh?
So it would seem.
Ying. I'd like you to meet Ying, Colonel Hayachi. Some months ago, he was a Japanese prisoner. His tongue was cut out. I'm going to turn you over to Ying.
No.
He can ask you questions his own way. Go on, take him.
No, get him away from me. I will tell you what you want to know. I will tell you why we have surrounded Lost Battalion. I tell you where they are.
That's more like it. Start talking. The warriors got ready to attack, and a great holiday spirit took over the village.
But we must come. We always come, O'Shea, when our warriors go ambush Japanese.
But this is crazy. I can't have a lot of women and kids and old men tagging along.
We go. Old men carry flintlock, muzzle loader. Women, we do our job also.
Now, wait a minute.
When battle finish, women cook big party. Samba deer, monkey meat.
What, and serve it piping hot in the front lines? Nothing doing. I'm going to see Father O'Toole about this.
You have your troubles, I have mine, O'Shea.
But we can't let that whole tribe come along. This isn't kids' play.
They'll come whether you like them to or not, O'Shea. They always do. In the meanwhile, look at my predicament. Some son of Satan stole me false teeth. What am I to do without me teeth?
Father O'Toole, please. We haven't much time. Aichi gave us a map. We know where the marauders and the Jap attackers are. But we won't do them any good just sitting here.
I'm not just sitting here, O'Shea. I'm trying to find me teeth.
The whole village went along, whether I liked it or not. And Father O'Toole came along, too. Without his teeth. The Cutchin warrior knew the back trails of the jungle as well as I knew 42nd Street. Ying seemed to be the leader, and he led us through little-known passes along hidden underbrush, closer and closer to the spot where we knew the Japs had the American battalion cut off, helpless, just where they wanted them. No one made a sound, and Ying held up his hand. What is it, Ying?
This junction of the two trails. He's not sure which one to take. That's it, Ying, isn't it?
Well, why don't we split up? Half of us go one way and the
No,
other.
no, there aren't enough of us. The Cutchins have their own methods.
Why is Ying pointing at me?
He's given you the honor of contributing a hair from your head.
A what?
A hair from your head. Here, let me have one. Ah, thank you. Here you are, Ying.
Why is he throwing it on the ground?
We'll go in the direction the hair points.
It's not very scientific.
No, but it always works. Ah, it points to the right. We'll go to the right.
You're right, Father O'Toole. It did work. Here are the Japs. And there are the marauders dug into those foxholes.
Yeah, they're surrounded, all right, poor lads.
So I wonder they held out this long.
Our business, then, is to attack the enemy from the rear and give the battalion a chance to hit back.
We can't attack them. There's too many of them. We'll have to ambush them.
Yes, true. If only I had me teeth, I could think better.
Ying, some of you others, come here. Listen, our only chance is to draw them off from the left. There's a clearing there. It'll give the marauders a chance to get out of that encirclement.
We chase Jap soldier up here. We set trap for them.
That's the idea.
Panji! We make Panji!
Panji? What's that?
Hey, you want a trap set? Watch. You're about to witness the Cutchin secret weapon.
What are they doing?
They're whittling those bamboo poles to sharp points. Then they'll stick them at a slant beneath the underbrush on either side of the trail. When the enemy passes, our warriors will fire, and the Japanese will dive to the sides.
I get it, and cut themselves to ribbons. Very effective. Very pretty. The natives worked quickly, the women helping them whittle the bamboo to razor points. When everything was ready, I took a few of our men to the left flank, and we fired. And they ran right into our trap. Very effective. Not so pretty. They committed mass harikari all along the trail. That's all there was to it.
Well, I never thought we'd get out of those foxholes alive, Captain Shikolnikov. Thanks for helping us chase the rest of the Japs off.
I'm glad we could help, Major.
The Cutchins will lead you the rest of the way through the jungle so you can rejoin the main body of your column.
Can we leave now?
Oh, no, Major. The women would be insulted. All during the battle, they were busy preparing the victory feast.
Pretty sure of themselves, weren't they?
Good wives. They have confidence in their husbands. The feast is ready. They're even dressed for it.
Look at that. Flowers in their hair and everything. All dressed up.
One of them is overdressed. Colleen, come here.
Yes, Father?
Don't you yes, father me. What do you got around your neck?
Well,
Pretty necklace. I bow for the victory.
my false teeth. Now, you find yourself another necklace and give them back to me.
No, then I have nothing. This pretty...
I said...
Colleen, listen to me. Here's something prettier. My sharpshooter's medal.
Sharpshooter?
Mm-hmm. Every American soldier has one to give to the prettiest girl he meets. Would you like it?
So shiny. Ribbon pretty, too. Father O'Toole, you have back your teeth.
Ha! Captain Shekolnikov, you're worthy of the name of O'Shea.
The capture of the vital airstrip and the ultimate conquest of Michina was due to the combined efforts of the marauders who attacked it and the Kuchin warriors who helped them and harassed the enemy all along the way. And once more, the report of an OSS agent closes with the words,
Mission accomplished.
A further adventure in black warfare is next week's
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure were Raymond Edward Johnson, Carl Weber, Bill Quinn, Joe Julian, Everett Sloan, Inga Adams, Jackson Beck, and Jerry Jarrett. The script was written by Winifred Wolfe and Jack Gordon. Music was under the direction of John Gart. Today's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This has been a Louis G. Cowan production in association with Alfred Hollander and was under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks. Robert Warren speaking. Do you enjoy a capricious caper or a melodramatic mystery? NBC offers 3 of the best for your pleasure later today. A giant among men, the big guy leads off, with Vincent Price as the saint close behind. Topping off this list is Sam Spade, license number 137596, in the Elmer Longtail caper. So listen for 3 top mysteries on NBC.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS, ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's adventure, direct line to bombers, the story of an American OSS agent who, during the height of the war, directed from the streets of Berlin an American attack, is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
After you get back from a mission, you sit around and there's nothing to do but sit around. So that's what I did. I sat in a room in Milton Hall in England where OSS agents are trained. I thought about the restaurant on 6th Avenue I wanted to open after the war. I was never so bored in my life. Yeah.
Hey, Nicky, the colonel wants to see you. Very important.
Okay, pal. Tell my pal, the colonel, I'll be there and win the war for him. Da 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 da. And that was how it all began. November 1944. After that, I didn't have time to be bored.
I know you've just come back from a mission in France, Lieutenant, so it's strictly up to you if you want to go out again immediately.
Oh, now listen, pal. Colonel. If I have to sit around here and do nothing, I'll blow my top.
You speak German, don't you?
Well enough to know that Hitler speaks a lousy German, full of grammatical errors. If I see him, I'll tell him.
You may be closer to him than you think. Corporal?
Yes, Colonel.
Send in Professor Warburg.
And that's how I met the professor. He was a little guy with a beard. He weighed about as much as 10 cents worth of liver. And he reminded me of my chemistry teacher back in Lincoln Junior High School.
Professor, tell Lieutenant Olesnikos just what you told me.
With the greatest of pleasure, Colonel. Lieutenant, I am an escaped political prisoner of the Nazis, and I am here in England illegally.
And you just walked into headquarters and told that to the colonel, huh? Don't you know you can be interned?
I know that very well. But I can no longer sit by and be idle while I have a plan that I know can help the Allies.
What Professor Warburg suggests, Lieutenant, is that he be parachuted into Germany with another agent, make his way to Berlin.
I assure you I can move about Berlin blindfolded. I know it well.
Berlin? This could be interesting. What then?
Then, with a radio transmitter, we could pinpoint military targets to American planes overhead. We could direct bombs from the streets of Berlin itself.
Now, wait a minute. Walk around with a walkie-talkie in the middle of a raid carrying on conversation with bombers? When do we leave, pal?
I am ready any time. Today, tomorrow, yesterday.
The professor may have been ready yesterday, but the OSS wasn't. First, we were briefed for weeks how to get food coupons in Berlin, how to buy a railroad ticket, how to post a letter, how to greet a German officer in the street. Little things, an American cigarette, an English match, a laundry mark could give us away. And there were big things, too. We were grilled for hours on cover stories. Forgeries became documents. Fiction became fact. Passes, stamps, signatures. Everything authentic, everything ersatz, including my manners and habits. Till I was ready to pass as a citizen of Berlin. And then a plane took us high over German soil, and we jumped.
We made it, Nicky.
Yeah? It's only a few kilometers to Berlin. We can walk it, make it before daylight.
We should find the farmer who owns this field and say Dankeschön for providing us with so ideal a landing place.
Yeah, we'll send him a letter sometime. Right now, let's get out of here.
You will wait where you are. Kindly keep your hands in the air, unless you want that I blow your heads off, or that my dog tear you to bits. Quiet, Ron. You've been a good dog keeping so still.
Well, as your farmer, Professor, you still want to say Dankeschön?
Sit still. Do not talk.
You have made a mistake, my friend. My companion and I got lost trying to find the road. We came by accident on your field.
That's right. We, both of us, only recently discharged from the army. If you would care to see our papers right here in this knapsack.
Halt! If you don't keep your hands up, I will let the dog go for your throat. I do not care to see your papers. I saw you parachute from an American plane.
Uh-oh.
Walk now to the barn. Rolf will see to it that you stay there. Won't you, Rolf?
The German farmer left us in the barn, and he didn't have to lock the door. That big black Doberman with the impatient fangs watched us as if he wanted us to make a move so we could jump.
Oh, if we get out of this, my friend, I shall never again be a dog lover.
Professor, don't move, don't turn your head, just listen to me.
Yeah, I'm listening.
There's some harness straps hanging on a hook right over my head. I noticed them when I came in. If I can pull them down fast enough, I'll throw them over the dog when he leaps, try to entangle him.
Yeah, but
there's some horse blankets near you. When I pull down the straps, throw the blanket over him. It's got to be fast. Better work.
I'm ready.
On 3, then. 1. Nice, boy. Nice, big, ugly mutt. 2. 3. The harness caught on the nail as I tried to pull it down, and the dog leaped at my neck. And then the nail came off, too, and the straps fell across the dog's snout. The professor flung the blankets over the dog's head.
I have him, Nicky, but I can't hold him.
The shovel. Where's that shovel I saw?
Hurry, I can't hold him.
Now, I hit him again and again. And then suddenly the only sound in the barn was the dull thud of the shovel. The dog didn't move or make a sound. He never would again.
We had better get out now.
Yeah, let's go.
The smell of a bakery is always good.
How fortunate it is I have only this morning made Pfefferkuchen, Joseph. Just the way you always liked it.
How good to see you again, Anna. I told my friend Nicky that you would take us in, help us.
Natürlich, Nicky. I will do anything I can.
We may stay here then, huh, Anna? If all goes well, we will leave right after the raid tomorrow night.
Yeah, 24 hours, all we need.
Of course you may stay. I still live above the bakery. There is an extra room. My grandson Emil will not be home from the youth camp for a week yet.
Youth camp?
What could I do, Nicky? What could anyone do in these days in Berlin but ride with the wind until there is a chance to fight against it? Helping you and your mission will give me my chance.
Little Emil, 8 years ago seemed like only yesterday. I used to sit with him on my lap here in this bakery and twirl my gold watch on the chain for him. Remember, Anna, how he laughed?
Yeah, I remember. He has forgotten you by now. And you would not know him. He's 13 years old.
Oh, 13 years old.
Already they have poisoned his mind. I cannot get to him. I do not dare. He's a little parrot speaking only what is taught him. Nicky, some more coffee?
No, thank you, Frau Leitner.
More Pfefferkuchen or Apfelstrudel. A specialty of my shop. Apfelstrudel.
No, thanks.
6 years ago, at this very table, I had Emil on my lap when the Gestapo walked in and arrested me.
Yeah.
They did not like what I taught in their school.
What's that? Someone's coming.
I don't know who it can be. Customers never come by this late.
Grandmother, surprise, I'm home.
Emil!
What these men?
Emil, your manners. These are friends, just passing through Berlin. They are just staying the night. This is Herr Neudeck and Herr Josef.
Wie geht's?
Heil Hitler.
Oh, yes, of course. Heil Hitler.
I did not expect you until next week, Emil. How is it you are here so early?
I won a great honor which I want to tell you about. I did not know I'd have to share it with strangers.
Shame, Emil. These men were soldiers of the fatherland.
Yeah?
Yes, Emil, we were both with the elite guard of one of Rommel's Panzer divisions.
Rommel?
Yes, that is before we received our medical discharges.
Oh, Rommel. Sit down, my boy. I will bring you something to eat, yeah?
Don't you want to hear about the honor I received? Look, Grandmother, on my sleeve.
A red swastika.
Yeah, red for the youth movement, and a swastika because I learned my lessons faster than the others. The commander-in-chief of the whole youth movement awarded me my swastika, and he told me I could take my vacation a week early. Are you proud of me, Grandmother?
Yeah, my boy, yeah. Let me get you something to eat.
Oh, no, I'm too tired. Going up to bed. Grandmother said you were staying here. Will I see you in the morning, gentlemen?
Well, I'm not sure.
Oh, they will be here. Now that you are home, Emil, I will sleep on the couch and give them my room.
No, please.
Oh, it is all right. It is settled.
Good. Perhaps then, Herr Joseph, you will tell me about Rommel. A great leader.
Yes, perhaps. We will see you in the morning, Emil.
Why do you stare at me?
Do I stare, boy?
I thought so. Have I met you before, Herr Joseph?
No, I am sure not.
Your face. Ever since I came in. Grandmother, have I met him here before?
No, Emil. Herr Joseph was here before you were born, even. You have never seen him. It has been years, 15 maybe, before you were born.
I suppose so. Well... Good night.
Professor, he wouldn't remember, would he?
Oh, how could he, Nicky? He was a baby that last day Joseph saw him. Barely 5 years old. And the professor was 30 pounds heavier at least. And clean-shaven.
Yeah. Anna is right, Nicky. Do not worry. He could not remember. Do not worry.
But I couldn't help worrying. I lay awake half the night thinking about that kid in the room next door. The 13-year-old puppet with the new red swastika. It was just a feeling I had, a funny kind of feeling at the pit of my stomach that made me wish they'd kept him in that youth camp until after we were gone. When I got up, the sun had been up for hours, and so had the professor. I went downstairs to the bakery. There was the smell of fresh bread baking, and I knew Frau Leitner was in the kitchen. But the professor was sitting at the table, swinging his watch on the gold chain and talking to that German quiz
what
kid.
What else have you learned, Emil?
But why do you want to know?
Oh, I'm just interested. I want to see how well you have earned that swastika.
I stood at the bottom of the stairs and
We
listened.
have a leader who has
They didn't see
revolutionized
me.
Germany. He is the greatest man who ever was or will be. When I joined the Führer's organization, the man in charge said, "Join no other organization but this. Forward, the banner leads us to eternity."
Oh, you have learned your lesson well.
Herr Joseph, are you sure I have never seen you before?
Of course not, my boy.
I seem to remember.
Herr Joseph.
Good morning, Herr Neudeck.
Since we're just passing through Berlin, don't you think we ought to see a few of the sights before we leave?
Yeah, you are right. We will leave now. Perhaps later, Emil, we will talk more.
The raid was scheduled for that night, and the professor and I had a lot of work to do. We made arrangements to meet about 4:30 that afternoon at a tavern on Wilhelmstrasse. We went separate ways. I did a lot of walking, and I made a lot of notes in my head. The Klingenberg power plant was still functioning. The Ostkreuz junction of the city railroad had been repaired. There was an ammunition dump on the north side that our bombers couldn't see from the air. It was a nice day. A lot of Germans were walking the streets, and I made a lot of notes in my head.
You reached the order now, mein Herr?
Nine later. I am waiting for a friend. The professor was 15 minutes late, and I started to get nervous. Maybe somebody had recognized him. I sat there and sweated it out. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, half hour. And then he finally came. But he wasn't alone.
Herr Neudeck, this is Hauptmann Müller. We met only this afternoon, and I invited him to come and have dinner with us.
It was not quite that way, Herr Neudeck. It was I who insisted upon coming along.
Gewiss, sit down.
You were with one of Rommel's panzer divisions, I understand.
Yes, we were only recently discharged from the army.
Myself, I am just back. We will have much to talk about. Where is that stupid waiter? They're never around when you need them.
He will be here presently.
Presently is not soon enough. I will go to see him myself. I'll be right back.
Where did you pick him up?
He found me, my friend. There is a reservoir near the rail line. I was looking around. I think he was a little suspicious at first, but when I told him I was with Rommel, he became more friendly. Yeah, I am beginning to believe I was in Africa myself.
Just the same, I wish you could have shaken him. What did you find out?
It was a profitable afternoon. And you?
A profitable afternoon.
Good. Shh, he comes back.
Yes. At first, it seems strange to me that Herr Joseph here should show so much interest in the reservoir.
Well, I was merely taking a stroll, getting reacquainted with Berlin.
Then I watched you. I saw you walk down towards the rail line. That was when I stopped you and began to talk.
We are both glad you did, Herr Hauptmann. Give us this opportunity to get acquainted.
Yeah.
Hope we shall see more of you while we're in the capital.
Perhaps, Herr Neudeck. Perhaps you shall see a great deal of me. I think I shall call the waiter and order some brandy. Oh, but I see you have not yet finished your meal, Herr Neudeck. You're still eating.
It's very good. Our diet at the hospital was not so varied.
No doubt, no doubt.
Everything I ate stuck in my throat. I
know one of
wouldn't go down. I knew that German officer was watching me as he talked. Watching me strangely, and I didn't know why. I knew that something was wrong, and I didn't know what. The professor felt it too.
Her name is Gertrude, this little Fräulein I tell you about. And she has friends. Oh, some very pretty friends. You would like to meet them, perhaps?
Yes, we would like to very much, Herr Hauptmann.
How you would have enjoyed them. We might have had great fun together. All of us. Unfortunately, you may be otherwise engaged with the Gestapo.
What did you say, Herr Hauptmann?
I have been watching you all through dinner, Herr Neudeck. You are an American. Do not move, either of you. I have my hand on my gun.
Well, surely you're joking.
No European eats the way you do. To change the fork from the left hand to the right after the knife is used. At first, it escaped me. I just knew something bothered me. Then I realized what it was.
There it was. The little thing that could put a rope around my neck.
Americans hold the fork sideways in the right hand.
In my nervousness, I'd forgotten a little thing like that European manner of eating.
The Gestapo will be very pleased.
The sharp knife I'd been eating with was still in my hand.
Very pleased.
Almost as if it moved by itself. It disappeared under the table and halfway into the German office.
Oh, good work, Mickey.
Good. I was stupid to get myself into that jam in the first place. We're not out of this yet. Waiter!
Ja, mein Herr.
Check, please. Our friend has had a little too much to drink. We will take him home.
Ja, right away.
Between the two of us, we managed to get him out of there. His head was rocking back and forth like a drunk. The knife was still in him, so the blood didn't flow very much. He kept his cape around him.
All right. There is no one around here, Nicky. We can dump him behind this shed.
All right. We're beginning to leave a trail a mile long. So long, pal. It was nice meeting you. Come on, Professor. Let's go. When we got back to the bakery, there was more trouble waiting for us. Trouble 61 inches high, weighing about 110 pounds, wearing a new red swastika on his arm.
No mistake.
They are in the kitchen. Something is wrong.
Don't like the sound of that. Come on.
Confusing to me someone else in. No. Why are you so stubborn?
This morning when we whirled that watch on the chain, I thought I remembered something, and just now how I did.
Oh, you have never seen Herr Josef before, Emil.
I have. When I was very little, the Gestapo came. They arrested a man with a gold watch on a chain. I tell you, he is the same one.
Emil, they do not even look alike.
And what about this broadcast radio I found hidden in your bedroom in a hat box?
It's called a walkie-talkie, Emil.
What?
Give it back to me.
Nicky! Josef!
Come back. You see, we've wasted time. I should have gone to the authorities right away. They have tricked you, grandmother.
He knows, Anna?
I'm afraid so. I've been holding him here, hoping you would return.
What did you say? You knew grandmother, didn't you? They didn't trick you at all. Traitor. You're a traitor, too. Get away from me. I hate you.
Nicky, get him. He's trying to run.
I got him. Let me go. I'll report you to the Gestapo. They kill you. They have you shot.
You're not going to report anyone. What'll I do with him?
Upstairs, his bedroom. Lock him there until after you have gone.
Right.
Let go of me. Get your hands off me. I hate you all. Let me go.
You will have to come with us when we leave here tonight, Anna. You cannot stay now.
Professor is right, Frau Leitner. That kid upstairs will turn you over to the Nazis so fast you won't know what happened to you.
My little Emil, turn me in. Josef, would he?
Yeah, I'm afraid he would, Anna. It is best that you come with us. We are going to try to get through the lines into France. Once there are underground workers who will help us.
Yeah. Nicky, is it all right if I bring this tray of food up to him? He has not eaten. He's still such a little boy.
Yeah, sure. You. Oh, take it up, but don't untie his hands, remember?
Yes, I will remember.
And the raid ought to start soon. Let's go over this map. Make sure we have everything right, huh?
Yeah. No, the rail line is here.
Mm-hmm.
Sector 2, grid B3.
And if our bombers knock that out, Berlin's transportation is completely crippled. And here, on the map, power plant is in Sector 6, grid G5.
Nicky, he's gone.
What did you...
What?
Yeah, his hands. He got them loose. He lowered himself from the window with the bedsheet. What are we to do? He'll bring the Gestapo back with him.
We don't know how long he's been gone. Professor, the window, quick.
Yeah.
The back door.
There is a car coming. I
There
can
is-
see it.
There is an alley and
Now,
we can...
look, no time. They'll have this place surrounded. How do you get to the roof?
The roof, yeah. Up those stairs. We can go to the other rooftops and perhaps escape.
There better be no perhaps about it. We went up to the attic stairs and onto the roof. You could see the Germans from there. 4 of them in black shirts spilled out of an armored car. 2 of them broke in through the front door. 2 of them started around to the rear. And then we heard Amy.
There they are up there. On the road.
Emil, my boy, don't...
Anna! Nicky, she's dead.
Well, it won't do her any good if we stay here. Come on, across the parapet.
Air raid.
Oh, that's music to my ears. At least it'll keep them from getting more help right now.
Stay where you are! Surrender now and it will go easier with you!
Come and get us, pal. One of them did try to come and get us. He got it first. Right between the eyes. He swayed for a few seconds back and forth, and then he fell off the roof onto the street.
That's one of them, Nicky. There are only 2 left.
2? What happened to the third?
Nicky, behind you!
4th Nazi had come up the other way, through somebody else's attic and onto the roof behind.
Get your hands up!
And now there are just 2 left, Professor. Hey, Professor, what is it?
My leg. I can't move it. I can't go any further, Nicky.
What happened afterwards was a nightmare. It was as if the earth cracked wide open. It was red hot, burning, and the noise of the planes and the ack-ack and the German guns and the bombing made my stomach turn. We crouched behind a parapet and I held them off while the professor directed the bombers.
Attention! Attention, bombers! The Klingenberg power plant is still functioning and supplies electric power to vital industries. Bomb Sector 6, grid G5. The Ostkreuz junction of the city railroad has been repaired. Knock it out and all traffic in Berlin will be stopped. Sector 2, grid B3. now, Nicky, while there is a chance. I can hold them off long enough for you to get away.
I can't leave you here.
No, they won't take me. Don't worry.
Now, look, I'll carry you. We'll make it. Come on.
Listen to me, Nicky. Go across the next 2 rooftops and then down through the skylight. There is a tailor shop.
Yeah, but Professor...
Go out the back door there. It leads to an alley. Once over the fence, under cover of the raid, you can make it.
Now, look, I won't go without you.
All right, I will change your mind. Attention! Attention, bombers!
Hey, what are you doing?
Attention, bombers! Imperative. Wait 2 minutes and bomb crossroads at Sector 7, Grid D3.
Hey, Professor, what are you doing? You're crazy. That's here, this sector.
Go on, run. Run, Nicky. I'll cover you.
I ran. I stumbled and fell and got up and ran again. When I got down in the alley through the tailor shop, I kept on running. And then the bomb fell and the concussion rocked the ground and I went flat on my face. When I looked back, I knew that our bombers had made another direct hit. The professor had not only held off the Germans while I got away, but had kept them there until it was too late for any of them. A little German bakery that specialized in Apfelstrudel folded up as if it had been made of matchsticks. Somewhere in the wreckage, the professor, with his gold watch on a chain, was buried under it. And overhead, the planes headed back. There was nothing left for me there. I headed back, too.
Lieutenant Gus Olesnikus made his way to France and after months from there to England. But his direction of the bombing raid from the target itself kept some of Berlin's major industries crippled and its transportation system paralyzed. And once again, the report of an OSS agent closes with the words,
"Mission accomplished."
Listen next week when we again present
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure were Everett Sloan, Bill Zuckert, Lily Darvas, Barry Kroger, Michael Artist, Raymond Edward Johnson, Carl Weber, Jerry Jarrett, Bobby Weil, and Brad Barker. Script was written by Winifred Wolfe and Jack Gordon. Music was under the direction of John Gart. Today's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This has been a Louis G. Cowan production in association with Alfred Hollander and was under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks. NBC offers 3 of radio's top mystery adventure shows, The Big Guy, Sam Spade, and The Saint. So if mysteries are your meat, listen in tonight. Next, hear High Adventure, then The Big Guy on NBC.
We delay the start of this program to bring you a special bulletin. From the NBC newsroom in New York, here's the latest on Korea. Seoul has been raided by American and Australian warplanes. They shot down 2 enemy planes, one of which was marked with a Russian red star. A spokesman says that we have made 142 raids against enemy targets in both South and North Korea in the past 24 hours. American officials say there is a serious threat from Red ground forces south of Seoul. Keep tuned to your NBC station for the later news.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS, ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's adventure, The Eyes of Buddha, concerning an American OSS agent who went deep into enemy territory to enlist the help of a nation which had declared war on the United States is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
In 1944, the tiny kingdom of Siam was officially at war with the United States. So there I was in March of that year, in an official Siamese plane on my way to ask Siamese help in rescuing an American flyer from the Japanese. Sound crazy? You ain't heard nothing yet. The Siamese character beside me had received his master's degree at Yale and his PhD at Harvard. Major Laudol Prayadipak. I decided to call him Louis.
Look down, Lieutenant Berman, out of your window.
Yeah? What about it?
In those green forests, as you may know, still roam the ancient peacocks and the sacred elephants of Siam.
Louis, I may as well tell you right now, there are 4 things I know definitely about your country.
What are these, my friend?
The Siamese twins were named Eng and Chang. Siamese cats have blue eyes. Somebody wrote a book called Anna and the King of Siam.
And what is the 4th?
Tan Yak Dai Fuying Mai. The one line I know of your language, which translated means,
Do you want to meet a girl? Yes. Well, rest easy. There will be no need for you to speak more of the language. Must a ghost have need of words? Once we arrive at Bangkok, you will be spirited from one place to another, my friend, as a ghost.
Fasten your seatbelts. Kindly fasten your seatbelts.
We are coming into the Don Muang airfield.
Well, so far, this has been too easy. From Rangoon to a secret airport in Siam, where you picked me up in this plane, and here we are in Bangkok. Is this another hidden field, Louis?
No, not exactly.
What do you mean, not exactly?
Oh, I should say there are about 800 Japs on hand about the field.
Huh?
Fasten your seatbelt, Lieutenant Berman.
The official Siamese plane with the sacred white elephant painted on the side slid right across the field and taxied past hundreds of Jap soldiers guarding the runway. The hangar door at the west side of the field opened. The ground crew rolled the plane in. Then the door slid closed again, as if we had been swallowed up. Louis and I climbed out of the plane.
Lieutenant Berman, this is Lum. He will drive us to the OSS hideout in Bangkok, where you will meet the Regent of Siam, the leader of the underground here.
How do you do, Lum?
I do very well. Lum suggests we wait a few minutes before leaving.
Oh, is anything wrong?
I suggest you wait here. I will return, tell you when it is safe to leave. The 2 Japanese officials in car right outside.
We waited. It was sweltering hot in there. And by the time Lum came back a few minutes later, my shirt was ready for the wringer.
Officers gone now is safe. We will leave by side door. Come quickly, car is outside.
You see, Lieutenant Berman, thus far your mission is proceeding successfully.
Better not talk too soon, Louis. We haven't reached the hideout yet.
Perhaps you are right. Proceed, Lum.
Lum drove us right through the downtown district of Bangkok toward the palace, which was being used as underground headquarters. As we drove through the streets, I could see Jap pillboxes in the internment camp, and everywhere around us, walking the streets, guns in their holsters, were Japanese. Then we turned at a busy intersection, and it happened.
Lum, what is it? What is wrong with that horn?
I do not know, Major. I do not know. It's stuck. Will not stop.
Oh, great. Everybody's turning around to look at us. Can't you do anything about that?
Little horn. A little horn. Quiet.
Talking to it isn't going to help, Lum. Stop and yank out the wires.
Little horn. Do not blow. Do not blow.
This is very unfortunate.
My friend, you've a gift for understatement.
Lum, we are causing too much attention. Do as the American says.
A horn, please. I beg of you, quiet. Nice little horn, pretty little horn.
Lum, stop the car and pull out the wires.
Oh, There's no need, Major. It has stopped by itself. All I had to do was speak nicely to it.
Oh, my aching back.
Hey, this is quite a place. Marble floors, winding staircase, just like the movies. Wait till I tell my wife about this.
The palace, set back only a little way from the street, has been underground headquarters for 2 years.
Huh?
At all hours of the day, Japanese soldiers march up and down in front of it. Yet none of them know what is going on inside.
Well, you can be sure of one thing, Louis.
What is that, Lieutenant?
I won't tell them.
After you, my friend. The servants have prepared dinner for us. You must be hungry. We will eat now.
Only a couple of miles away were camps where Allied prisoners lived on little more than bread and water. Yet here I was, an American, right under the noses of the Nips, consuming a dinner that began and ended with iced beer and included roast duck and freshwater prawns, salad, curried beef, dried fish, topped off with large bowls of fresh bananas and pieces of sumo, the Siamese improvement on grapefruit.
Have you had enough to eat, Lieutenant? Would you care for something else?
Oh, no thanks, Louis. I've had more than enough.
Bai! Coffee! Coffee!
Hey, what's his name, Bai? He isn't very talkative, is he?
A good choice, we feel, for a servant in underground headquarters. He hears nothing and repeats less. Bai is a deaf mute. Tell me, Lieutenant Berman, what did you do before the war?
Me? Oh, I was a stunt pilot. I barnstormed all over the country in old crates and jennies, anything that had wings. I got a trunk full of tin medals for almost getting my neck busted.
Oh, I see.
Now, look, Louis, I admire good pilots. And one of General Chennault's hot flyers is a prisoner of the Japs. Somewhere around here. If anybody's going to get him out, I'd like to be the one to try it.
We will see to it that you get your chance, then.
When is the Regent coming? I'm anxious to meet him.
Oh, he will be here. After midnight.
After midnight?
Yes, you see, this is the evening of the Japanese Admiral's birthday. It was necessary for the Regent of Siam to be there. Out of friendliness, of course.
About 12:30, he arrived. He was dressed elegantly in a white silk coat and white pongee trousers. On his head was a delicately embroidered turban. This was Luang Pradit Manudharm, Regent of Siam and head of the Siamese underground.
I trust you will forgive me for being delayed.
Oh, that's all right.
The Japanese admiral would never have forgiven me for leaving his party. Major, some more brandy for the lieutenant.
Of course.
How about your mission?
Well, several months ago, one of General Chennault's best pilots crashed on the Burma-Siam frontier. Other members of his flight reported that they saw the plane go down, settle in a spreading banyan tree. But they didn't see it burn.
So the presumption is he is still alive, somewhere in Siam.
Yes, that's it.
Major, in the morning, drive the lieutenant to Colonel Sangwan at Camp Punjara.
Yes, Excellency.
I think Colonel Sangwan will be in a position to get the information you are after.
That's great. Your Excellency, this may be a little out of order, but...
Yes?
Don't you ever get the feeling you're walking around with your head in a noose?
A very good question. Well put. I imagine I am a great mystery to the Americans of the OSS. No doubt they feel mystery shrouding our whole people.
After all, you are supposedly an ally of the Japs.
Supposedly. We are an independent nation, Lieutenant. Our people are proud and freedom-loving. Siam sits in the heart of Southeast Asia, an inscrutable Buddha. The Japanese overran our borders and from our capital in Bangkok declared war on the United States. The green flames of the jungle consumed us. So the Buddha sits, arms folded on its bronze breast, its face expressionless.
But the eyes of the Buddha wink. Is that it?
The eyes wink, Lieutenant.
Its ears are tuned to the enemy, and the jeweled lips whisper. There are 50,000 Japanese here in Siam, my friend. We will continue to wait and watch and listen until they are driven out.
The next morning, Louis and I, with Lum driving, set out for Camp Punjara. Ever since my arrival in Bangkok, I had the feeling I was sitting on a powder keg that was liable to go off any minute. Driving through the streets in broad daylight didn't make me feel any better. But I figured the Siamese knew what they were doing. This time, nothing went wrong with the horn, but something else happened that gave me quite a turn. It sounds fantastic, and it was, but it really happened. A Jap MP directing traffic held up his hand, and the official car we were riding in stopped. I didn't like stopping. I felt better while we were on the move. Then, all of a sudden, I saw a Jap soldier looking curiously in the window, staring at my Occidental face. We looked at each other for a few seconds. Neither of us said a word. Then the car moved on. Louis, that Jap soldier, he saw me.
I know.
Even with his civilian hat and his shirt over my uniform, he couldn't have mistaken me for a Siamese.
No doubt.
But if he saw me, Louis...
Put your mind at ease, my friend. I'm sure he doesn't believe what he thought he saw. And if later he convinces himself it was true and goes to his commanding officer, he will lose face for telling so ludicrous a tale.
You mean they won't believe him?
Oh, come now, Lieutenant Berman. What would an American be doing in Japanese-occupied Siam, driving along the streets in full daylight? Ridiculous, don't you think?
You have come to the right place, Lieutenant Berman.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Colonel Sangwan.
I have heard of the flyer you seek. I know the prison camp in which he is now being held.
Hey, that's great. When do we start?
Not so fast, Lieutenant. We must make plans first. This is not a matter to be undertaken lightly. Come, we will have dinner first, and then we will discuss the problem.
Dinner? Colonel Sangwan, I've been wined and dined ever since I got to Bangkok, but I haven't done a thing.
Ah, my wife Tara. We will dine, then we will talk further.
Does my English surprise you, Lieutenant Berman? I was educated in America. I am a graduate of Wellesley College.
It was not your English which made the lieutenant observe you with such interest, my dear. It is your appearance. Am I not correct, Lieutenant?
You're very correct, Colonel. You have an extremely attractive wife.
Thank you both. My husband's lavish compliments embarrass me occasionally. I suppose they are to be expected after only 2 months of marriage.
2 months? Well, congratulations.
It is I who am to be congratulated.
More coffee, Lieutenant?
Colonel Sangwan! Colonel Sangwan!
What is it, my dear?
Louis, what happened?
A car, Japanese Colonel Kishinami with many soldiers.
Colonel Kishinami? What could he want here?
He requests an audience with you.
Lieutenant, there's no time to lose. That screen, quickly. Go behind it and pray to the great Buddha he does not stay long.
And you, Major, sit here in the lieutenant's place. Pretend it was your place. Quickly, quickly.
Nobody had to tell me to be quick. I got behind the bamboo screen, and Louis slid into my chair at the table. Then he stood up immediately with Sangwan as Kishinami came in, a great ornate sword swinging from his side. He stood so close to me, I could have reached out and touched that sword.
Would you care for some coffee, Colonel Kishinami?
No, thank you. Colonel Sangwan, I am here on official business.
Ah, yes, Colonel Kishinami. What can I do to help you?
We have discovered a clandestine airfield in this territory. Surely it is not so close to this camp without your knowledge?
Airfield? Oh, certainly, certainly. It was constructed as a temporary emergency landing field some years ago. It has been infrequently used.
Our observation shows it to be in excellent condition and indicates constant activity.
I
cannot believe this. Let me accompany you and see this airfield. Tava, my dear, you will forgive me?
Of course. I will be here.
It happened so fast I couldn't believe my eyes. As the Siamese colonel turned to say goodbye to his wife, that treacherous Jap sword was whipped out, and Sangwan was very neatly decapitated. Beheading Sangwan must have been the signal for the Jap soldiers in the room to take out their guns. But before they could do anything with them, Tava sprung at Kishinami and with a meat knife from the table stabbed him through the heart. The nipped soldier tried to get at her, but Louis got him first. Then that powder keg I'd been sitting on really went off.
With their leader killed, they did not have much heart left for the fight. They are gone now.
But, Louis, I don't understand it.
Nor I.
What brought on the assassination of the colonel? That phony errand he came on was just an excuse to get in.
It is possible that the order has come for the total subjugation of our people by the Japanese. If true, it is open war from now on.
Will there be another attack tonight, you think?
If so, we are armed and ready. There is nothing to do but wait.
What about Tava? Is there anything I can do for her?
No. She is one of my kind. It is best to let me console her, Lieutenant. Thank you on her behalf for your kindness.
Married 2 months. What a lousy shame.
Go to your quarters. We will wait.
Nothing further occurred that night, but none of us slept. In the morning, a big black official limousine drove up. It was the regent of Siam.
I have received an apology from the Japanese government for the incident last night. They are quite adept at apologizing.
My husband has been killed, and you call it an incident, Excellency?
Yeah, how about that?
It is my belief that the order for the subjugation of Siam had been issued by the Japanese High Command and rescinded because they did not believe the time appropriate.
But what about last night, Excellency?
Evidently, through some oversight or the difficulties of communication, Colonel Kishinami had not been warned that the plan was off. It is my belief that all will be quiet now for a while.
Shall we sit quietly once more and wait for them to attack us again while our backs are turned? There are many of us in the underground.
Tava is right.
Let us attack them. Let me avenge my husband.
Now listen, wait a minute. You've played a waiting game so far. Wait a while longer. I know the fuse is burning close, but wait.
That time is past, Lieutenant
Any
Vernon.
open act on your part will really make the Japs crack down. Right now, Siam is the best listening post the Allies have in the East. Believe me, Washington knows what it's doing. You're a better help that way.
The lieutenant is right. We will continue to be a docile puppet state and sell out the enemy to the Allies.
But, Your Excellency...
I say we will wait. I have myself promised President Roosevelt that we Siamese will continue to be loyal and silent. We will wait until we are told otherwise. Did you get the information you came after, Lieutenant?
No, Colonel Sangwan was going to give it to me before...
I know the camp you are looking for, Lieutenant. I will tell you what you want to know.
The Japanese prison camp at Korat is only about 5 minutes' drive now, Lieutenant. The object of your mission ends there.
We're taking a long chance, Louis.
You are the one who is taking the long chance.
You think it'll work, though, don't you?
I can only say I hope. When I turn you over to the Japanese commander as a prisoner, there is a strong possibility you will be thrown into the same stockade as the American flyer for whom you are looking.
And if I'm not, just being inside those gates will give me an opportunity to find out exactly where he is in that camp.
You find him. We will attend to the rest.
I hope I can count on that.
Trust us.
Oh! Look out there!
Major Prayadipak from the Regent. I have a prisoner for Colonel Inotu.
Very well. Pass.
I am am indeed indebted to you for bringing this prisoner to me, Major.
I have brought him, Colonel Inotu, with the compliments of the Regent of Siam. Is it not to be expected, since we Siamese are the allies and the friends of the Japanese?
Of course, of course. You will be cooperative and answer my questions. You understand?
I don't know any answers.
How did you get here?
He just told you my plane crashed near the border.
What was your mission? How many were with you? Were you headed for a secret airport in Siam? Which one? Where is it? Who is your contact?
You're crazy. I haven't any contact. I tell you, I just crashed.
This American is going to be stubborn, I fear, Major.
Give him time. He will break down. They all do.
Unfortunately, they do not. The American flyer we have had interned here for some months has resisted all our efforts to obtain the truth.
Is it not possible he has told you all he knows?
Oh, come, Major. You Siamese are too trusting.
Perhaps, Colonel Inotu. Perhaps you are right.
American, I will have you taken to the stockade, where I ask you, take good look at the other flyer. Look well at him. Know that our worst fate awaits you if you do not cooperate. Sergeant.
Yes, Colonel Inotu.
Throw this prisoner in the stockade on the west side of the camp. I will deal with him later.
I tried to hide the way I felt about being thrown together with the very man I had come all the way to Siam to find. I walked past Louis without looking at him. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw that his face was coolly impassive.
You out with you, American!
It took me a couple of minutes to get used to the darkness. And then the darkness took form, and I saw a figure huddled in a corner. An emaciated, bearded figure, wearing an American uniform. Lieutenant Davis.
What? Who's that? Who are you?
Friend. American. Are you all right? Can you hear me? Can you understand me? I've come to get you out of here.
Come here, closer. Let me see you. You are an American. I don't believe it.
Colonel Inotu told me to take a good look at you. I am. Now I'd like to go back and take a good swing at him. You heard that?
What are you doing here? Who are you?
Lieutenant Berman of the OSS. General Chenault asked me to find you.
Find me? Get me out of here?
Listen, don't talk, just listen to me. He listened all right. And even in the semi-darkness, I could see the light come back into his eyes at the idea of getting out of that place. At about 7 o'clock in the evening, the Jap guard outside the stockade was changed. The new sentry brought us in some food.
Here, eat this. It is the best I could do.
Lum, is it really you? Oh, this is better than I hoped.
The Japanese guard whose place I took was willing to pay attention to a little bribe. Japanese soldiers are so underpaid, you know.
Lieutenant Davis, this is Lum, a Siamese, a friend. Can you get us out of here?
We have a plan. Tonight, when the moon is low, I will turn my back, and you two will make a run for it. Try to escape.
I'll never make it.
No, of course not. You will be shot in the attempt and killed.
Sorry, Lum. I don't think much of that idea. Haven't you got any others?
I have no finish. Listen. I will only pretend to shoot you. You will only pretend to die.
Huh?
The Japanese soldier who was bribed and one other who has accepted our money will get to you quickly, stand over you. A Siamese doctor in the camp will pronounce you dead. Leave the rest to us.
It won't work. It won't work.
Lieutenant Davis, if the Siamese say it'll work, give them a chance. When the moon was low, at a signal from Lum, we broke out and made a run for it.
Stop! Stop! Prisoners escape!
When we heard the shots, we threw ourselves face down on the ground and held our breaths. Stretched out like that, without moving, our eyes closed, everything that happened around us after that seemed to be a crazy dream.
They will regret this, both of them.
I fear, Colonel Inotu. They are already sorry.
Who's that, Doctor? What did you say?
These Americans, Colonel Inotu. They are both very dead.
Dead?
What shall we do with them, Colonel? I await your orders.
Do with them. If they are dead, bury them, of course. Take them to the cemetery and bury them
Now that our plan has worked, Lieutenant Berman, I may as well tell you I was never sure it would turn out this successfully.
But, Louis, you did have this plane already and warming up at the cemetery.
We Siamese are eternal optimists.
The graves are dug, Major. What shall we do?
We will say goodbye to our friends, the Americans, first, Lum. Then we will go back and throw the dirt over the empty graves in case Colonel Inotu comes to inspect them.
A plane. To get on the plane again. Out of this place. A plane going home.
I pray, Lieutenant Davis, that you will both return to our land one day in happier times. I assure you of a greater welcome and far greater hospitality. And now, goodbye, and a pleasant journey.
Just before we took off, Major Laudol Prayadeepak presented each of us with a green velvet box. In them were cufflinks of pure gold and pounded ruby dust, with the initials AM for the boy king Ananda Mayidol, and a golden crown for the mark of the dynasty. A royal present from the king of Siam. As we looked down, we could see Lum and the two bribed Jap soldiers with Louis directing operations, shoveling the dirt in over our graves.
Thus, on April 18th, 1944, Lieutenant Davis, the missing pilot of the Flying Tigers, was rescued from the Japanese prison camp and rejoined his unit. And once again, the report of another OSS agent closed with the words,
"Mission accomplished."
Listen again next week for another true adventure from the files of the OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure were Grant Richards, Everett Sloan, Ralph Bell, Barry Kroger, Raymond Edward Johnson, Eileen Heckert, Carl Weber, Martin Balsam, and Jerry Jarrett. Script was written by Winifred Wolfe and Jack Gordon. Music was under the direction of John Gart. Today's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This has been a Louis G. Cowan production in association with Alfred Hollander and was under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks. Next, hear High Adventure, then The Big Guy on...
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS, ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's story, The Trap, about an OSS agent who prevented an American advance onto German soil from turning into a massacre, is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
Did you ever notice the name Irwin signed in a fancy flourish on the covers of those kid comic books? You know, all about moon men chasing the earthmen into the stratosphere. Well, that's me, Irwin Hazen. I'm a little guy, about 5'4". Before the war, I loved flashy ties and babies. Girl babies, about 21. So what was Irwin doing being an OSS spy in a German-held town in France after D-Day? Listen, my children, and you shall hear. Sergeant Irwin Hazen reporting, sir. Here are those overlay maps you requested, Colonel.
Good, good. Fast work, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
I'll look them over now. In the meantime, I want to do something for me.
Yes, sir.
I've just had word that one of our agents, Lieutenant Miller, who was sent ahead into Bruyere for advanced reconnaissance, has returned.
Lieutenant Miller? Yes, sir, I know him.
He's in that tavern about a mile from headquarters, getting very drunk. Can't understand it. Doesn't sound like Miller.
No, sir.
He should have reported immediately. I want you to go down and bring him back to headquarters.
Yes, Colonel. Right away, sir.
Oh, Hazen. I saw that cartoon you submitted to Yank.
Oh?
Very good. Very good. Not very flattering of me, though.
No, sir. I'll get Lieutenant Miller for you, Colonel, sir. Not all of the 12,000 people working with the OSS parachuted blind into enemy territory. Some of them stayed in Washington, making up secret codes. Some of them, like me, sat behind a desk in France and drew maps. But I was through sitting behind a desk the minute I walked into that tavern. Lieutenant Miller was slumped over the bar, swaying back and forth, and he looked very drunk. Hey, Lieutenant, what's with you?
Huh? Who's...
Colonel wants you to report to headquarters right away.
Irwin. Is that you, Irwin?
Boy, you'll get your ear chewed off for this. What's the idea? Couldn't this wait till later?
No, couldn't wait. Couldn't make it otherwise. Gotta get to the colonel.
Say, bartender, how many has he had?
Only two. Very little ones, Sergeant.
Oh, yeah?
Irwin, tell the colonel. Couldn't make it otherwise. Glad you came. Can't make it now, maybe.
What are you talking about?
Tell Colonel Bruyere heavily fortified. More than we thought. I saw it myself. 80 pieces of 105-millimeter artillery behind the lines. Germans are digging in.
Well, come on back and tell him yourself. Hey, couldn't you have celebrated later?
Made it this far. Needed a drink to make it all the way. Tell Colonel, we're heavily fortified. Heavily fortified.
Miller!
The lieutenant, he is pass out?
The lieutenant, he is dead. You see, Miller had been slumped over the bar, Colonel, so I couldn't see those bullet wounds in his chest until he fell over.
Germans must have caught on to him and given him a chase. It's a wonder he got as far as he did. Sergeant, you're sure about everything he told you?
Yes, sir.
But we were positive the Germans didn't have that much artillery on the 7th Army front. If this is true and we had walked in not knowing what was ahead, our men could have been massacred. Thank you, Sergeant. You may go now.
Colonel, if you're going to send another agent into that territory to get a more complete picture of what's going on, I'd like to volunteer.
Sergeant, a mission like this calls for an agent who's had experience along these
lines. Yeah, I know, but you see, Lieutenant Miller was a friend of mine. Besides, I'm sick of spending the war behind a drawing board.
Sergeant...
Look, I can do it, Colonel. I can speak French fluently. And I'll do more than just look around and come back. I'll come back with sketches and maps and diagrams, everything you want to know. Look, Colonel, the next time I send a cartoon to Yank, I'll make a very flattering one of you. Please, Colonel, what do you say? The OSS placed me in the custody of a French priest who had sneaked through the lines from Bruyere to tell the Americans about underground activity there. A few days later, the priest and I were on the road, 30 miles away from the American-held town, walking smack into enemy territory. The priest was in full clerical garb. Me, I was dressed like a French peasant.
When the Germans stop us, my son, let me do the talking.
Boy, I hope we get away with it.
Do not worry. Out of necessity, I have become adept at making up very convincing lies.
Yeah, but do you think the Germans will believe this phony story?
What reason will they have to disbelieve it? Besides, I am well known and respected in town. The Germans have enough trouble now without stirring up the antagonism of the people by disciplining me for so small a reason.
Well, all I can say is I hope it works.
We'll have a chance to find out now. There's the town. And there is a welcoming committee.
Halt! Who goes there?
Remember, let me do the talking.
I say halt! Who are you?
Bonjour. I am Father Robert, priest of the church in this town.
And this man?
A friend.
If you are from this town, what are you doing behind the border? Did you have permission? Let me see your papers, your passes.
Most unfortunately, I did not wait to request a pass.
Was sagen Sie, Sie haben nicht... Come with me to the commandant's office.
With pleasure. Come, my friend.
Might as well. There's no way back now, Father.
You have been given too much freedom in this town, Father Robert. This insolence is too much.
But, Monsieur le Commandant, this poor lad...
You, wie heißen Sie? Your name again?
Francois Chauvin.
Call me by my title.
Francois Chauvin, Herr Commandant.
Now go on with your story, Father Robert.
It is a sad, sad story of a dying woman and her last wish to see her nephew, this lad, last remaining member of her family. Her husband and 2 sons were killed in the early days of the war. You see, I have the holy oils with me to give this poor woman the last sacrament.
And why did you not ask permission to get this boy?
I was afraid, Monsieur le Commandant, that by the time the permission was granted, it might be too late. The woman might die. So I slipped out.
When did you last see your Aunt, Jorin?
Why, over 3 years ago, Herr Commandant.
And this is most irregular.
Surely the request of a dying woman.
Well, I'll let you go this time, Father Robert. There's enough unrest in this town without starting a tempest in a teapot. One more question.
Yes, monsieur.
If you managed to slip through the lines going out, why is it you did not attempt to sneak back into town instead of walking boldly up to the borderline?
Sneak back into town? Why, Monsieur le Commandant, that would be against regulations.
But I do not understand either, Father Robert. How is it that you did not try to sneak back into Briere?
Our American friend Irwin, Francois, he can tell you that.
Well, you see, Madame Jeanette, this way, if the Germans know I'm in town and supposedly staying with an aunt, I can move freely about without being suspected.
Oh, I see. I see.
The time is late. I must go now. Oh, Madame Jeanette.
Oui.
If Monsieur le Commandant should inquire, I did administer the last rites to you, but the sight of your dear nephew brought to life, flowing back into your veins.
Of course. Will you not have something to eat before you go? Have not much to offer.
No, merci. I have much work to do. By the way, our last meeting of the underground went very well. What do you think?
Oui, mon père. Very well indeed.
Well, I can't thank you enough, Father, for everything you've done.
Au revoir, mon ami. Perhaps we shall meet again. Who knows? If not, God be with you on your mission.
Thank you, Father.
And, my son, be very careful. Monsieur le Commandant is not very bright, but unfortunately, he is not a complete idiot. What?
That was the last I saw of Father Robert. It happened like that all during the war. A member of the underground would come along, get us over a rough spot, and then disappear.
But without all the help from all the little people along the way, none of the work of the OSS could have been done. They helped, they wished us luck, they left. After a few days of staying with Madame Jeannette, I almost felt that she was a relative. The old girl practically adopted me.
Erwin, one thing. What Father Robert told the commandant, it was not a lie.
Yeah? What was that?
I did lose my husband and 2 sons in the early days of the war.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello. But it has been good these last days, cooking for you, making up another bed, as if I had my family again. Are you being very careful?
Well, I mind my own business, look around the town. From all I can tell, there are just a handful occupying it, just the way headquarters thought. Looks like a pushover.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps the agent who was here before he was mistaken.
Miller? The Nazis didn't pump air into him for nothing. He saw something. Madame Jeannette.
Oui? Here, let me fill your plate again.
Look, what's the best way to get through the forest to the river north of Briere? I'm going to take a look around there.
Oui, perhaps the river. There may be something there. A guard is always posted. I thought it was just to keep the townspeople from leaving, but perhaps there's something else.
Is there a way past the guard?
I have lived here all my life. I know a way. I will show you. Even take you part way, myself.
The woods began about 100 yards back of Madame Jeannette's little house. And early the next morning, we started through them.
All right, follow me.
I followed her through the thick brambles, through the narrow paths she knew so well, through the brush and the high grass that moved gently in the wind. Madame Jeannette's skirt caught on the brambles, and she stopped, just long enough to rip off that part of her hem and leave it behind, swaying in the wind. Then she moved on, me right behind her. Maybe this would turn into a wild goose chase, but I had a hunch I'd find what I came for. Then we came to a slight clearing.
I will go back now, Erwin. Return later the way we came. You remember?
Yes, I remember.
Bon. Go now along the outskirts of this little wood. You will see a hill. From there, you will have a good view of the river. And anything that might be there.
All right. I'll see you later.
Careful. Careful now.
A minute afterwards, she was swallowed up in the woods. A little while after that, I was on top of that hill, flat on my stomach under a clump of bushes, looking down through strong binoculars. My hunch was right. It was all there, and I began to sketch it quickly but accurately. From somewhere, the Nazis had gotten reinforcements, and their high command had decided to make a stand, dig in and hold, there at the river. There were heavy artillery positions all set up, machine gun and anti-tank emplacements. There was barbed wire, lots of it. There were anti-tank obstacles and the 105mm artillery Miller had seen, all of it there. A nice big booby trap all set for our men to walk into when they tried to advance north across the river. I couldn't hear them, but I could see them, swarms of German soldiers working hard, working fast, digging in, getting ready. I took down everything I saw. And I had it complete except for the west bank of the river near the bridge. There were too many trees blocking my vision. I had to get closer. By the time I got to the bottom of the hill and crawled along through the brush to the west bank, I didn't just see the Germans, I could hear them as well.
See that now the orders are carried out. There must be no slip-up.
Jawohl, Hauptmann.
Oh, and Lieutenant.
Jawohl.
See that more guards are posted at the edge of the town. The commandant wants no one snooping around here.
Very well. No one will get through.
There were too many of them, all around. I knew it would be crazy to try to get any further without a plan. I had to have time to think about a way. I waited until they left. Then I slipped back the way I came, up the hill and through the woods to Madame Jeannette's. I went around the back, so I didn't see the commandant until I walked in.
Ah, Francois, you are back.
Yes, Bonjour, Herr Commandant.
I have been waiting for you.
Well, is there something wrong?
No, of course not, Francois.
I am here to talk with him. Francois Jouvin. I believe Father Robert told me that is your name.
That is correct.
It was through the kindness and understanding of the German High Command here that you were allowed to see your sick aunt. You understand that, do you not?
Oh, yes, I appreciate that.
It was irregular, but we let you in. However, I am here to tell you that you had better have no illusions about leaving Bruyere now, going back through the American lines to your village there.
Well, no, I have no wish to leave. Why, you've anticipated me, Herr Commandant. I was going to request permission to stay here with my aunt from now on. I was in the square today looking for work.
Yeah. Now, they're good, as long as you understand. Madame, if you will allow me to say so, you look very well indeed.
Oh, no, she was very ill when I came. Father Robert gave her last rites.
Ich wünsche mir dir zu sprechen. I'm not talking to you.
My nephew is correct, but so you, Herr Commandant. I was very ill, but I'm very well now.
Yeah. Well, that was all I wanted. I will go now. But remember, you are not to leave Bruyere.
What the Commandant didn't know was that I had no intention of leaving until I made the sketches of the west bank of the river. Late that night, Madame Jeannette helped me bury the plans and diagrams I had already drawn.
You are right, my boy, to bury these here behind the house, rather than leave them inside. It is safe.
Okay, that's deep enough. Now, I put this rock on top of them. There. That's done now.
You will go back tomorrow?
No, I've got to get a good look at the west bank of the river.
It is wise you did not try to press further ahead today. It would have been too dangerous. I know another way through the forest.
Oh, tell me.
It is a roundabout way, but it will bring you closer to the west bank. Or close enough at least so that you will have a better view than before. But if there are so many troops, as you say, do not get too close. When you have finished, come back to the woods the same way. I will be waiting.
I did exactly as she said. Took the long way round, across little streams. Watched for landmarks. Dropped from high rocks and landed on rough little paths that were hidden by the brush. I did everything she said, except one thing. I got too close.
Sergeant, you're laying those mines too far apart. What are you doing?
With these defenses, we'll be ready for anything, Lieutenant.
I decided I better get out of there. And as I started, a twig under me snapped.
What was that? Did you hear something in the brush?
Probably some small animal in the forest.
Go see.
Come on, Herr Hauptmann.
There's nothing here, Herr Hauptmann.
Make sure. Remember the fragment of a woman's dress we found in the woods this morning?
I was crouched down behind a rock, and the German lieutenant came so close I could have reached out and touched his mud-caked boot. He stopped for a minute, and then he walked right past me.
There was nothing there.
We can't be too careful. Come with me. There's something I want to show you here.
I had everything indicated on my sketches, minefields, tank positions. I knew everything about the west bank of the river I wanted to know. When the coast seemed clear, I started back. But I didn't get very far.
Halt! Keep your hands up! In the air!
I took a couple of steps and then slammed myself into a shallow ditch. I remember German burp guns and rifles cracking around me. A bullet went through the heel of my boot and sent a shock up my leg that made me wonder if it had been blown off. Then there was quiet. And I waited for them to come and get me. It was all over.
Perhaps that will convince you we mean what we say.
Look, I tell you, my name is Francois Jouvin. You know my aunt. She's...
What were you doing near the river?
Look, I'm new in Bruyere. I don't know the forest or the woods. I was lost.
Lieutenant, perhaps another taste of your fist?
With great
pleasure. Oh!
Get him up. Put him back on the chair. Now listen to me, Jouvin, whatever your name is. We found this sketch of the bridge and the west bank of the river in your pocket.
Look, I don't know. I don't know anything.
That part of the sketch is quite complete, every detail. The rest is diagrammed in lightly. Where are the rest of these plans?
I don't know.
Have you hidden them? Where? Have you given them to somebody? Whom? Where are the rest of them? Keine Antwort, eh? Leutnant, try twisting his arm again.
Oh!
He has fainted.
Have him thrown in a cell. I will question him more tomorrow.
That was the German way of questioning. Beating you up, twisting your arm. I was sure they had a lot more ways of questioning, but I didn't intend to stay and find out what they were. I had to figure out a way to escape. And then I noticed it. The glass of the window in front of the bars had been shattered. I broke off a piece, and then I cut myself severely about the face. I guess it doesn't sound pretty, and it didn't look very pretty, but that was the effect I wanted. I heard the guard coming back. Quickly, I threw myself on the floor in front of the door so that when the heavy door was opened, it would crash into my head.
The commandant wants to see you.
Oh!
What's this, das? Help! I must get help.
My hair was matted with blood, and my cut-up face looked pretty horrible. Not that the guard was worried about the state of my health. He was afraid of what the commandant would do to him if I wasn't able to be questioned. He left the cell door open and ran. And so did I, in the other direction. I ran up the stairs to the second floor of the small town jail the Germans had taken over. Down below, I could hear voices. I didn't wait to hear any more. I slid down the sloping roof and landed right next to a German soldier. It was a good thing it was my left arm they had twisted. I was better with my right anyway. I took his gun and ammunition belt and shot the front tires of the German cars. Then I borrowed a parked motorcycle. Just as the Germans were spilling out the front door, I drove off, headed back to where I'd buried the papers. But the papers were gone. Everything I had worked on so painstakingly. The maps, the diagrams, the sketches, the plans. They were gone. Madame Jeanette. Maybe she had them. Madame Jeanette! Madame Jeanette, open up!
Yes? What do you want?
What? Madame Jeanette, where is she? I've got to see her.
You cannot.
But I've got to. It's important. Look, who are you? Where's Madame Jeanette?
She died.
What did you say?
She died yesterday.
Died? But I don't... The Germans.
If they're after you, go. I want no trouble. Go!
That motorcycle ride through enemy-held territory with that car full of Nazis firing at me was wilder than the stories in the comic books I used to draw for. There was a phosphorus grenade on the ammunition belt I had taken from the soldier outside the prison. I pulled the pin with my teeth and tossed it back over my shoulder. Through the side mirror, I could see the German car slowing down. It stopped right over the grenade. And a minute later, there was a car full of very dead Nazis. Well, that's all that happened, Colonel. The sketches are gone, but I think I can remember most of them. The ones I drew last, the west bank of the river, I know completely. For the rest, I'll do the best I can.
Did your sketches look anything like this, Sergeant?
What? But those are the sketches. I don't understand. Where did you...
Corporal.
Yes, Colonel?
Send in the woman.
Woman? What woman? I don't get this.
This way, ma'am.
Hello, Erwin.
Madame Jeanette, I heard you were dead.
Your face. What happened to your
Look,
face?
never mind that. Just tell me.
Oh, when I learned you were arrested, I dug up the plans. And with underground help, I got them through the lines to deliver them for you.
Yes, but that woman...
She had her orders. She was doing as I told her.
Colonel, you know that tavern about a half-mile from headquarters?
Yes, Sergeant?
Well, do you mind very much if I go there and get very drunk?
The maps, diagrams, and information which Sergeant Irwin Hazen provided allowed the American Army to prepare a counteroffensive. 3 days later, they were on German soil. And the report of another OSS agent closes with the words,
"Mission accomplished."
Listen again next week to another adventure based on actual incidents from the files of the OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Irwin was Everett Sloan, the priest, Barry Kroger, the commandant, Stefan Schnabel, Madame Jeanette, Virginia Payne, the colonel, Raymond Edward Johnson. Others were Carl Weber, Jerry Jarrett, Ralph Bell, and Lotta Stavitsky. The script was written by Winifred Wolfe and Jack Gordon, and the music was under the direction of John Gart. Today's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This has been a Louis G. Cowan production in association with Alfred Hollander and was under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks. Programs. Get your programs here. Simon Templar plays hide-and-seek with a friendly killer who has been commissioned by underworld sources to handle the Saint. Hear another top-notch adventure with the Saint, and also listen for the Sam Spade Caper with Howard Duff, starring as America's favorite fast-moving, fast-talking private eye. Next, exciting high adventure. Then the big guy on NBC.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS. Ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's story, The Trap, about an OSS agent who prevented an American advance onto German soil from turning into a massacre, is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
Did you ever notice the name Irwin signed in a fancy flourish on the covers of those kid comic books? You know, all about moon men chasing the earthmen into the stratosphere. Well, that's me, Irwin Hazen. I'm a little guy, about 5'4". Before the war, I loved flashy ties and babies. Girl babies, about 21. So what was Irwin doing, being an OSS spy in a German-held town in France after D-Day? Listen, my children, and you shall hear. Sergeant Irwin Hazen reporting, sir. Here are those overlay maps you requested, Colonel.
Good. Fast work, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
I'll look them over now. In the meantime, I want you to do something for me.
Yes, sir.
I've just had word that one of our agents, Lieutenant Miller, who was sent ahead into Bruyere for advance reconnaissance, has returned.
Lieutenant Miller? Yes, sir, I know him.
He's in that tavern about a mile from headquarters, getting very drunk. Can't understand it. Doesn't sound like Miller.
No, sir.
He should have reported immediately. I want you to go down and bring him back to headquarters.
Yes, Colonel. Right away, sir.
Oh, Hazen. I saw that cartoon you submitted to Yank.
Oh?
Very good. Very good. Not very flattering of me, though.
No, sir. I'll get Lieutenant Miller for you, Colonel, sir. Not all of the 12,000 people working with the OSS parachuted blind into enemy territory. Some of them stayed in Washington making up secret codes. Some of them, like me, sat behind a desk in France and drew maps. But I was through sitting behind a desk the minute I walked into that tavern. Lieutenant Miller was slumped over the bar, swaying back and forth, and he looked very drunk. Hey, Lieutenant, what's with you?
Huh? Who's...
Colonel wants you to report to headquarters right away.
Irwin. Is that you, Irwin?
Boy, you'll get your ear chewed off for this. What's the idea? Couldn't this wait till later?
No, I couldn't wait. Couldn't make it otherwise. Gotta get to the colonel.
Say, bartender, how many has he had?
Only two. Very little ones, Sergeant.
Oh, yeah?
Irwin, tell the colonel couldn't make it otherwise. Glad you came. Can't make it now, maybe.
What are you talking about?
Tell Colonel Briere heavily fortified. More than we thought. I saw it myself. 80 pieces of 105mm artillery behind the lines. Germans are digging in.
Well, come on back and tell him yourself. Hey, couldn't you have celebrated later?
Made it this far. Needed a drink to make it all the way. Tell Colonel we're heavily fortified. Heavily fortified.
Miller!
The lieutenant, he is pass out?
The lieutenant, he is dead. You see, Miller had been slumped over the bar, Colonel, so I couldn't see those bullet wounds in his chest until he fell over.
Germans must have caught on to him and given him a chase. It's a wonder he got as far as he did. Sergeant, you're sure about everything he told you?
Yes, sir.
But we were positive the Germans didn't have that much artillery on the 7th Army front. If this is true and we had walked in not knowing what was ahead, our men could have been massacred. Thank you, Sergeant. You may go now.
Colonel, if you're going to send another agent into that territory to get a more complete picture of what's going on, I'd like to volunteer.
Sergeant, a mission like this calls for an agent who's had experience along these
Yeah,
lines.
I know, but you see, Lieutenant Miller was a friend of mine. Besides, I'm sick of spending the war behind a drawing board.
Sergeant...
Look, I can do it, Colonel. I can speak French fluently. And I'll do more than just look around and come back. I'll come back with sketches and maps and diagrams, everything you want to know. Look, Colonel, the next time I send a cartoon to Yank, I'll make a very flattering one of you. Please, Colonel, what do you say? The OSS placed me in the custody of a French priest who had sneaked through the lines from Bruyere to tell the Americans about underground activity there. A few days later, the priest and I were on the road, 30 miles away from the American-held town, walking smack into enemy territory. The priest was in full clerical garb. Me, I was dressed like a French peasant.
When the Germans stop us, my son, let me do the talking.
Boy, I hope we get away with it.
Do not worry. Out of necessity, I have become adept at making up very convincing lies.
Yeah, but do you think the Germans will believe this phony story?
What reason will they have to disbelieve it? Besides, I am well known and respected in town. The Germans have enough trouble now without stirring up the antagonism of the people by disciplining me for so small a reason.
Well, all I can say is I hope it works.
We'll have a chance to find out now. There's the town. Ah, and there is a welcoming committee.
Halt! Who goes there?
Remember, let me do the talking.
I say halt! Who are you?
Bonjour. I am Father Robert, priest of the church in this town.
And, this man?
A friend.
If you are from this town, what are you doing behind the border? Did you have permission? Let me see your papers, your passes.
Most unfortunately, I did not wait to request a pass.
Was sagen Sie, Sie haben nicht? Come with me to the commandant's office.
With pleasure. Come, my friend.
Might as well. There's no way back now, Father.
You have been given too much freedom in this town, Father Robert. This insolence is too much.
But, Monsieur le Commandant, this poor lad...
You, wer heißen Sie? Your name again?
Francois Chauvin.
Call me by my title.
Francois Chauvin, Herr Commandant.
Now go on with your story, Father Robert.
It is a sad, sad story of a dying woman and her last wish to see her nephew, this lad, last remaining member of her family. Her husband and 2 sons were killed in the early days of the war. You see, I have the holy oils with me to give this poor woman the last sacrament.
And why did you not ask permission to get this boy?
I was afraid, Monsieur le Commandant, that by the time the permission was granted, it might be too late. The woman might die. So I slipped out.
When did you last see your Aunt, Chauvin?
Why, over 3 years ago, Herr Commandant.
And this is most irregular.
It's surely the request of a dying woman.
Well, I'll let you go this time, Father Robert. There's enough unrest in this town without starting a tempest in a teapot. One more question.
Yes, monsieur.
If you managed to slip through the lines going out, why is it you did not attempt to sneak back into town instead of walking boldly up to the borderline?
Sneak back into town? Why, Monsieur le Commandant, that would be against regulations.
But I do not understand either, Father Robert. How is it that you did not try to sneak back into Briere?
Our American friend Irwin, Francois, he can tell you that.
Well, you see, Madame Jeanette, this way, if the Germans know I'm in town and supposedly staying with an aunt, I can move freely about without being suspected.
Oh, I see. I see.
The time is late. I must go now. Oh, Madame Jeanette.
Oui.
If Monsieur le Commandant should inquire, I did administer the last rites to you, but the sight of your dear nephew brought to life, flowing back into your veins.
Of course. Will you not have something to eat before you go?
No,
Have not much
no,
to offer.
No, merci. I have much work to do. By the way, our last meeting of the underground went very well. What do you think?
Oui, mon père. Very well indeed.
Well, I can't thank you enough, Father, for everything you've done.
Au revoir, mon ami. Perhaps we shall meet again. Who knows? If not, God be with you on your mission.
Thank you, Father.
And, my son, be very careful. Monsieur le Commandant is not very bright, but unfortunately, he is not a complete idiot. What?
That was the last I saw of Father Robert. It happened like that all during the war. A member of the underground would come along, get us over a rough spot, and then disappear. But without all the help from all the little people along the way, none of the work of the OSS could have been done. They helped, they wished us luck, they left. After a few days of staying with Madame Jeanette, I almost felt that she was a relative. The old girl practically adopted me.
Erwin,
Hmm?
one thing. What Father Robert told the commandant, it was not a lie.
Well, what was that?
I did lose my husband and 2 sons in the early days of the war.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello. But it has been good these last days, cooking for you, making up another bed, as if I had my family again. Are you being very careful?
Well, I mind my own business, look around the town. From all I can tell, there are just a handful occupying it, just the way headquarters thought. Looks like a pushover.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps the agent who was here before you was mistaken.
Miller? The Nazis didn't pump air into him for nothing. He saw something. Madame Jeanette.
Oui? Here, let me fill your plate again.
Look, what's the best way to get through the forest to the river north of Briere? I'm going to take a look around there.
Oui, perhaps the river. There may be something there. The guard is always posted. I thought it was just to keep the townspeople from leaving, but perhaps there's something else.
Is there a way past the guard?
I have lived here all my life. I know a way. I will show you. Even take you part way, myself.
The woods began about 100 yards back of Madame Jeanette's little house. And early the next morning, we started through them.
All right, follow me.
I followed her through the thick brambles, through the narrow paths she knew so well, through the brush and the high grass that moved gently in the wind. Madame Jeanette's skirt caught on the brambles, and she stopped, just long enough to rip off that part of her hem and leave it behind, swaying in the wind. Then she moved on, me right behind her. Maybe this would turn into a wild goose chase, but I had a hunch I'd find what I came for. Then we came to a slight clearing.
I will go back now, Erwin. Return later the way we came. You remember?
Yes, I remember.
Bon. Go now along the outskirts of this little wood. You will see a hill. From there, you will have a good view of the river. And anything that might be there.
All right. I'll see you later.
Careful. Careful now.
A minute afterwards, she was swallowed up in the woods. A little while after that, I was on top of that hill, flat on my stomach under a clump of bushes, looking down through strong binoculars. My hunch was right. It was all there, and I began to sketch it quickly, but accurately. From somewhere, the Nazis had gotten reinforcements, and their high command had decided to make a stand, dig in and hold, there at the river. There were heavy artillery positions all set up, machine gun and anti-tank emplacements. There was barbed wire, lots of it. There were anti-tank obstacles and the 105mm artillery Miller had seen, all of it there. A nice big booby trap all set for our men to walk into when they tried to advance north across the river. I couldn't hear them, but I could see them, swarms of German soldiers working hard, working fast, digging in, getting ready. I took down everything I saw. And I had it complete, except for the west bank of the river near the bridge. There were too many trees blocking my vision. I had to get closer. By the time I got to the bottom of the hill and crawled along through the brush to the west bank, I didn't just see the Germans, I could hear them as well.
See that now the orders are carried out. There must be no slip-up.
Jawohl, Hauptmann.
Oh, and Lieutenant.
Jawohl.
See that more guards are posted at the edge of the town. The commandant wants no one snooping around here.
Very well. No one will get through.
There were too many of them, all around. I knew it would be crazy to try to get any further without a plan. I had to have time to think about a way. I waited until they left. Then I slipped back the way I came, up the hill and through the woods to Madame Jeanette's. I went around the back, so I didn't see the commandant until I walked in.
Francois, you are back.
Yes, bonjour, Herr Commandant.
I have been waiting for you.
Well, is there something wrong?
No, of course not, Francois.
I am here to talk with him. Francois Jauvin. I believe Father Robert told me that is your name.
That is correct.
It was through the kindness and understanding of the German High Command here that you were allowed to see your sick aunt. You understand that, do you not?
Oh, yes, I appreciate that.
It was irregular, but we let you in. However, I am here to tell you that you had better have no illusions about leaving Bruyere now. Going back through the American lines to your village there.
Well, no, I have no wish to leave. Why, you've anticipated me, Herr Commandant. I was going to request permission to stay here with my aunt from now on. I was in the square today looking for work.
Yeah. Now, they're good, as long as you understand. Madame, if you will allow me to say so, you look very well indeed.
Oh, no, she was very ill when I came. Father Robert gave her last rites.
Ich wünsche mit ihr zu sprechen. I'm not talking to you.
My nephew is correct, but so are you, Herr Commandant. I was very ill, but I'm very well now.
Yeah. Well, that was all I wanted. I will go now. But remember, you are not to leave Bruyere.
What the Commandant didn't know was that I had no intention of leaving until I made the sketches of the west bank of the river. Late that night, Madame Jeannette helped me bury the plans and diagrams I had already drawn.
You are right, my boy, to bury these here behind the house, rather than leave them inside. It is safe.
Okay, that's deep enough. Now, I put this rock on top of them. There. That's done now.
You will go back tomorrow?
No, I've got to get a good look at the west bank of the river.
It is wise you did not try to press further ahead today. It would have been too dangerous. I know another way through the forest.
Oh, tell me.
It is a roundabout way, but it will bring you closer to the west bank. Or close enough at least so that you will have a better view than before. But if there are so many troops, as you say, do not get too close. When you have finished, come back to the woods the same way. I will be waiting.
I did exactly as she said. Took the long way round, across little streams. Watched for landmarks. Dropped from high rocks and landed on rough little paths that were hidden by the brush. I did everything she said, except one thing. I got too close.
Sergeant, we're laying those mines too far apart. Watch what you're doing. With these defenses, we'll be ready for anything, Lieutenant.
I decided I better get out of there. And as I started, a twig under me snapped.
What was that? Did you hear something in the brush?
Probably some small animal in the forest.
Go see.
Jawohl, Herr Hauptmann.
There's nothing here, Herr Hauptmann.
Make sure. Remember the fragment of a woman's dress we found in the woods this morning?
I was crouched down behind a rock, and the German lieutenant came so close I could have reached out and touched his mud-caked boot. He stopped for a minute, and then he walked right past me.
There was nothing there.
We can't be too careful. Come with me. There's something I want to show you here.
I had everything indicated on my sketches, minefields, tank positions. I knew everything about the west bank of the river I wanted to know. When the coast seemed clear, I started back. But I didn't get very far.
Halt! Keep your hands up! In the air!
I took a couple of steps and then slammed myself into a shallow ditch. I remember German bird guns and rifles cracking around me. A bullet went through the heel of my boot and sent a shock up my leg that made me wonder if it had been blown off. Then there was quiet. And I waited for them to come and get me. It was all over.
Perhaps that will convince you we mean what we say.
Look, I tell you, my name is Francois Jauvin. You know my aunt. She's...
What were you doing near the river?
Look, I'm new in Bruyere. I don't know the forest or the woods. I was lost.
Lieutenant, perhaps another taste of your fist?
With great
pleasure. Oh!
Get him up. Put him back on the chair. Now listen to me, Jauvin, whatever your name is. We found this sketch of the bridge and the west bank of the river in your pocket.
Look, I don't know. I don't know anything.
That part of the sketch is quite complete, every detail. The rest is diagrammed in lightly. Where are the rest of these plans?
I don't know.
Have you hidden them? Where? Have you given them to somebody? Whom? Where are the rest of them? Keine Antwort, eh? Lieutenant, Try twisting his arm again.
Oh!
He has fainted.
Have him thrown in a cell. I will question him more tomorrow.
That was the German way of questioning. Beating you up, twisting your arm. I was sure they had a lot more ways of questioning, but I didn't intend to stay and find out what they were. I had to figure out a way to escape. And then I noticed it. The glass of the window in front of the bars had been shattered. I broke off a piece, and then I cut myself severely about the face. I guess it doesn't sound pretty, and it didn't look very pretty, but that was the effect I wanted. I heard the guard coming back. Quickly, I threw myself on the floor in front of the door so that when the heavy door was opened, it would crash into my head.
The commandant wants to see you.
Oh!
Sisters, help! I must get help.
My hair was matted with blood, and my cut-up face looked pretty horrible. Not that the guard was worried about the state of my health. He was afraid of what the commandant would do to him if I wasn't able to be questioned. He left the cell door open and ran. And so did I, in the other direction. I ran up the stairs to the second floor of the small town jail the Germans had taken over. Down below, I could hear voices. I didn't wait to hear any more. I slid down the sloping roof and landed right next to a German soldier. It was a good thing it was my left arm they had twisted. I was better with my right anyway. I took his gun and ammunition belt and shot the front tires of the German cars. Then I borrowed a parked motorcycle. Just as the Germans were spilling out the front door, I drove off, headed back to where I'd buried the papers. But the papers were gone. Everything I had worked on so painstakingly. The maps, the diagrams, the sketches, the plans. They were gone. Madame Jeanette. Maybe she had them. Madame Jeanette! Madame Jeanette, open up!
Yes? What do you want?
What? Madame Jeanette, where is she? I've got to see her.
You cannot.
But I've got to. It's important. Look, who are you? Where's Madame Jeanette?
She died.
What did you say?
She died yesterday.
Died? But I don't... The Germans...
If they're after you, go. I want no trouble. Go!
That motorcycle ride through enemy-held territory with that car full of Nazis firing at me was wilder than the stories in the comic books I used to draw for. There was a phosphorus grenade on the ammunition belt I had taken from the soldier outside the prison. I pulled the pin with my teeth and tossed it back over my shoulder. Through the side mirror, I could see the German car slowing down. It stopped right over the grenade. And a minute later, there was a car full of very dead Nazis. Well, that's all that happened, Colonel. The sketches are gone, but I think I can remember most of them. The ones I drew last, the west bank of the river, I know completely. For the rest, I'll do the best I can.
Did your sketches look anything like this, Sergeant?
What? Well, those are the sketches. I don't understand. Where did you...
Corporal.
Yes, Colonel?
Send in the woman.
Woman? What woman? I don't get this.
This way, ma'am.
Hello, Erwin.
Madame Jeanette, I heard you were dead.
Your face. What happened to your
Look,
face?
never mind that. Just tell me.
Oh, when I learned you were arrested, I dug up the plans. And with underground help, I got them through the lines to deliver them for you.
Yes, but that woman...
She had her orders. She was doing as I told her.
Colonel, you know that tavern about a half-mile from headquarters?
Yes, Sergeant.
Well, do you mind very much if I go there and get very drunk?
The maps, diagrams, and information which Sergeant Irwin Hazen provided allowed the American army to prepare a counteroffensive. 3 days later, they were on German soil. And the report of another OSS agent closes with the words,
Mission accomplished.
Listen again next week to another adventure based on actual incidents from the files of the OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Irwin was Everett Sloan, the priest, Barry Kroger, the commandant, Stefan Schnabel, Madame Jeanette, Virginia Payne, the colonel, Raymond Edward Johnson. Others were Carl Weber, Jerry Jarrett, Ralph Bell, and Lotta Stavitsky. The script was written by Winifred Wolfe and Jack Gordon, and the music was under the direction of John Gart. Today's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This has been a Louis G. Cowan production in association with Alfred Hollander and was under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks. Programs. Get your programs here. Simon Templar plays hide-and-seek with a friendly killer who has been commissioned by underworld sources to handle the Saint. Hear another top-notch adventure with the Saint, and also listen for the Sam Spade Caper with Howard Duff, starring as America's favorite fast-moving, fast-talking private eye. Next, exciting high adventure. Then the big guy on NBC.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS, ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. In today's adventure, The Secret Box, concerning an American agent who was sent into a Japanese-infested jungle to take back a prisoner. The role of John Marco, the OSS agent, is played by comedy star Jerry Lester. The story is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
I always carried this little box around with me. I never knew when it might come in handy. It was about as big as a small lunchbox, and, well, to begin at the beginning, I happened to be in the radio room at OSS headquarters in Bamo that night when the message came through.
Have important Japanese captive for you. Can you come get him? Come soon. Jap patrol only few miles away. Again, for OSS headquarters in Bamo, from Agent Terry. Have
So that's how Harry Stevens and I happened to be in an AT-18 flying over Agent Terry's position about 86 miles behind enemy lines in Burma. And like I say, I had this little box in my knapsack. Oh, in case I forgot to mention it, my name is Johnny Marco. Snappy songs and witty sayings. Just mention my name in Sheboygan. Oh, they loved me in Sheboygan.
Yeah, I know, Marco.
Hey, Harry, did I ever tell you about my last date in Frisco before I went overseas?
I can hardly wait.
Her name was Rose. She had a name like a flower and a face like a weed. I called her cream of wheat because she was so mushy.
Marco, I have but one thing to say to you.
Well, talk to me.
I hope you live to be as old as your jokes.
You know the trouble with you, Harry? You don't realize you're carting around $1 million worth of talent. I tell you, they love me.
In Sheboygan, I know.
That's the city, yeah.
Now, hang on. Gonna take a dive, see if I can find the landing strip.
We had figured our checkpoints carefully. But when we reached our rendezvous, all we could see was a rough field with a Buddhist pagoda at the far end. Nothing else. No landing strip, no markers, no one waiting downstairs. Just a rough field covered with brush. We knew something must have gone wrong.
I don't get it, Marco.
Well, the Japs probably closed in and they're afraid to come out of hiding.
Oh, great. Live Jap prisoners aren't dropped in our laps every day.
Hey, Harry.
Huh?
Who is this Agent Terry, anyway?
Oh, missionary. He's been working with a tribe of Anglo-Burmese for years. Colonel says he's already radioed back a lot of information on enemy positions. This is the first prisoner he's ever taken. What a rotten break.
Well, look, circle around again. Maybe we'll see something.
Nope. Better head back before we run into trouble ourselves.
Hey, Harry, Harry, look. Look, the brush. It's being yanked away.
Yeah, I see it. Look, those natives. They're putting up the white marker stripes.
The safe-to-land panel's out. Gee, it's like seeing something pop before your eyes.
Let's go.
That landing strip came out of nowhere. Just all of a sudden, there it was. The plane bumped the ground and rolled in. But we kept the motors still running in case of a Jap trick. And we sat there and waited for whatever was going to happen next. Harry, look. Something or somebody's coming out of that clump of bamboo at the end of the field.
Yeah. Keep your hand on your gun. I'll make a quick getaway if I have to.
Check. Harry, natives.
Yeah, but are they friendly?
Spears. Hey, they're armed. Let's get out of here.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
There's a white woman with them.
I am Mrs. Terry, gentlemen. One would never suspect I was an agent, would one?
Well, what's the angle? I mean, well, I beg your pardon,
Oh,
ma'am.
it's very simple, really. My husband, the late Reverend Oscar Terry, a God-fearing man, went to his rest a few months ago.
Well, you mean, ma'am, that you're the agent who's been sending all that information to OSS headquarters in Bomo?
Naturally. This is Lin Tao. I suppose you'd call him my right-hand man. Say, how'd you do, Lin?
How you do?
Hi.
Lin, incidentally, sent the radio message. He does so enjoy tinkering with mechanical devices. I showed him how to use it. Unfortunately, however, my husband, the late Reverend Oscar Terry, a God-fearing man, was the only one of us who knew how to take it apart and put it together again. Lin.
Yes, Miss Terry?
That radio, you have it?
Ah, have it here.
Excellent. Captain, would you either have this replaced in Bomo with new parts or have a new radio dropped over to us?
Why, sure, Mrs. Terry. I'll see what can be done for you.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, fancy. I almost forgot. We have a Japanese prisoner for you.
There were about a half a dozen natives a short distance away standing around the cart. In it, they had a Jap officer with his hands and feet tied. They dragged him over.
Get down. Get out of cart. Down. Get down.
He was a surly character. Maybe I would be under the same circumstances. Anyway, he didn't say a word, just glared at us from under the bloody bandage around his head.
Here is your guest, gentlemen. Colonel Sawaka, the Japanese High Command. He resisted arrest rather strenuously, so it was impossible to avoid banging him around a bit. Well, goodbye now, and good luck, and do give my regards to your colonel.
We loaded Colonel Sawaka into the small plane. And a few seconds later, as we swung over the field, we
looked down and saw that all trace of the strip had completely disappeared. The brush was replaced and there was nothing. Only jungle.
How's our friend Colonel Sawaka doing, Marco?
Well, he's a little tied up at the moment. Hey, friend, how you doing? Friend doesn't want to talk.
You know something? That's the best audience you'll ever have, Marco. One who can't understand English.
Oh, come on now, will you, Harry? Oh, hey, maybe you got something. Hey, friend, did you know that the former ruler of Russia was called the Tsar? His wife was called the Tsarina? And you know what they called his kids? Get a load of this. Sardines. Yeah. You know, I think you're right, Harry. Friend obviously doesn't understand a word of comedy English. Hey, what's that?
Jap Akak, they've spotted us.
Can we get away from them?
We can try.
That's climbing, Harry. Gee, 1,000 feet in about a half a minute.
It's no good. Can't get out of range this way.
Well, what do we do?
I'll level off and head for home. I can't get away from him. I just climbing.
You did it. We're out of range now. I think.
You spoke too fast.
Trouble?
Yeah, flak must have hit one of the engines. It's knocked out.
Oh, fine.
Well, it could have been worse. I can get us back on one.
Oh, brother, if you were your sister, I'd marry you.
Oh, you're a big-hearted guy. You know that, Marco?
Well, I don't go around
All
proposing
right.
every day.
You better go back and see how friend is doing.
Friend Colonel Sawaka doing extremely well, thank you.
What?
Keep your hands on the flying instruments, Captain.
Hey!
And you, Lieutenant, keep your hands in the air. Way in the air. I thank you.
Oh, you dirty dogface, you spoke English all the time.
Enough to tell you that if you do not do as you are told, I put the bullet through your head. I thank you, Lieutenant, for leaving gun within easy reach.
Can you do anything, Marco?
Quiet.
Nothing, he's got us.
Quiet, do not talk. Just continue to fly a plane.
So Harry kept the plane steady, his back to our friend. And I just stood there and watched Colonel Sawaka as he manipulated the parachute and buckled it on, changing the gun from one hand to the other as he put his arms through the straps of the chute. Then he opened the handle of the waist door.
I will say goodbye now. It was an unpleasant ride.
Why, you...
Hands in the air. Keep the hands in the air. Much better. Now I shoot you both. Then I jump... Yeah!
Goodbye, friend. Don't forget to write.
The jerk shouldn't have opened the waist door first. All I had to do was bank the plane over on its side, and we lost him.
Yeah, we lost him, all right. Uh-oh. His chute opened. Oh, fine.
Mission unaccomplished. Well, anyway, it was a nice ride.
I'm glad you thought so.
Uh-oh. The second engine couldn't take the strain of that flip-flop.
Is it conking out?
Yeah. It cocked. All right, hit the silk, Marco. We better bail out.
I made it okay. Rolled over a couple of times when I landed and pulled the chute down. But it was another story with Harry. As he bailed out, his slipstream caught him, flung him back against the horizontal stabilizer and cut a gash in his head. Miraculously, his chute opened, and he drifted into the green jungle and landed upside down in the top of a tall mahogany tree. Harry! Harry, are you all right? Can you talk?
Marco, shroud line of the chute, they're tangled. Can't get out. My head, I cut it.
Yeah, I see.
Marco, get me down.
Yeah, easy, boy, now. I'll do something. Something? But what? I tried to climb the tree to reach him, but it was no use. The trunk was bare, smooth, and I kept slipping back. It was as if the two of us were in the middle of a nightmare. Harry! Harry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can't climb that lousy tree. It's too slippery. There's nothing for me to hold on.
Marco, it's no use.
Well, what do you mean it's no use?
If you waste time standing there, you'll be caught. There are Japs all around. You know that as well as I do.
Harry, will you listen to me?
Now you listen to me. Get away now, will you? They may have seen the plane.
Oh, shut up. Now, will you shut up?
Get out or we're both dead ducks. I know I am, anyway. Just do one thing. Marco?
Yeah?
Don't leave me here to starve or fall into Jap hands. Maybe you can make it back alone.
You're nuts. Now, I couldn't do that.
Just don't leave me to starve, Marco, please. Please, huh? Shoot me first. Through the head, Marco. Please.
I knew he was right. I couldn't leave him.
Please, Marco.
Not that way. And I couldn't stay.
Marco!
Well, I took the .45 from the holster at my belt. When I heard the dry click of the hammer being drawn back, I broke out in a sweat. My hands started to get wet, too.
Marco!
I counted 1, 2.
Well, Lieutenant.
What?
From the looks of it, we're right in time.
Lin Tao and the natives went to work swiftly, knocking down a second smaller tree against the mahogany. They scaled it like cats to the base of the branch where Harry was hanging, tossed a loop of rattan across the branch and pulled it toward him. Then they lifted Harry and passed him from hand to hand and lowered him gently to the ground. And all the time I just stood there next to Mrs. Terry, feeling the blood pounding in my head. And I put the pistol back into my holster.
Lynn, that other bandage, please.
Here. Here you are, Miss Terry.
That's a good fellow. Thank you so much. How's your head now, Captain Stevens?
Oh, much better, thanks.
I still don't understand. How did you
we
happen
saw the Japanese ack hit your plane almost immediately after you left us. And we came along to the jungle in case there should be need of us.
Lady, no one ever needed you more.
You say Colonel Sawaka escaped? Dear, dear, what a pity. There now. I think that bandage will do till you get back.
Miss Terry.
Yes, Lin?
Lin Ta say, leave now. Do not stay. Back to village.
Oh, yes, great. But that poses a problem. As I told you earlier, our radio is out of use,
So there's no way of contacting headquarters and telling them to send a plane for us?
Exactly, Lieutenant Marco.
Well, do you think we can make it back through enemy lines on foot?
Possibly. It'd take 5 or 6 days anyway.
Yeah, but it could be done, couldn't it? I mean, we could sneak through, couldn't we?
Bypass the Japs, so I don't know.
Can do. Lin Ta help. Take you.
Capital idea, Lin Tao. My husband, the late Reverend Oscar Terry,
a God-fearing man.
Thank you. He would approve heartily.
Lin Tao knew plenty of shortcuts, and we followed him, skirting Jap patrols all the way. There was something uncanny about the way he led us over miles of jungles. We kept our packs light because we had a pretty long hike ahead. But just the same, I kept that little box with me. I never knew when it might come in handy. Then we came to a small stream.
Must go through stream here. Take off shoe.
Well, wait a minute, Lin. Why bother? We'll be wading through a lot of water, and why take our shoes off and on?
Do as Lin say. If shoe get wet, feet wet all time. Many sore come on feet. Will not be easy for you to walk much distance to Bamo.
We crossed several more brooks, and we kept taking our shoes off and on and off. The jungle along the banks grew thinner, and so did we. The sun beat down harder. The water washed sand up around our knees. The shoes off and on and off. We'd splash and then stumble, and then start walking again. A couple of days of this, we were pretty beat. Except for Iron Man Lin.
Feel good.
Lin, the sun, I'll have to hold up a while.
We'll rest here, near stream.
Hey, this is an ideal spot for a picnic. 50 million insects can't be wrong. Got you first, you little foreigner.
Hey, Marco, got any water left? My canteen's dry.
Yeah, sure, here.
It's all you got?
It's okay. Go ahead, drink it.
Lin, that's all the water we got?
When Ta say, do not worry. Watch. I will show what to do so you know.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you digging a hole in the sand?
Watch. First, dig small hole in sand near stream. Place leaf in bottom, like this. And when water come through sand and leaf, it not be muddy. Can drink.
Hey, that's the greatest. The leaves act like a filter, you mean?
Water is clear. Drink it with your hand. Will not hurt you now.
This Lin Tao had a dozen cute little tricks like that. He'd have been a riot in vaudeville. Well, the next morning we were back on the trail, pushing our way through sharp blades of grass. And all of a sudden we heard the tinkle of an iron bell.
Hey, Lin, what's that?
Escape book, elephant coming. Dangerous. Villager in jungle put iron bell around neck to warn. Dangerous.
Oh, guns, we've got guns. Let's shoot at him from
No,
two sides.
no, do not shoot. If
Yeah, but
bullets not go too high, only make the elephant much angry. Do not shoot. Still.
The size of them. Look at the size of them. It's like being charged at by a 6-story
Still,
building.
still. Do not shoot yet. Only if we must.
Passed right by us.
Yeah, maybe he didn't think we were worth noticing.
Hey, you know something, Harry? One thing I can't figure out about an elephant. With a tail at both ends, how does he know which end to sit on?
Oh, funny man. Come on, let's make time.
Lin Tao did our seeing and our thinking for us. He did everything but walk for us, and we got sort of used to leaning on him. Nothing could happen to Iron Man Lin. Only it did.
Oh!
Lin!
Harry, he's dead. That knife went right in his back.
Where'd it come from?
What? They came out of the jungle. At least 50 of them. Half-naked savages carrying long stalks of bamboo that had been sharpened to deadly points. Their leader was a giant. Must have been about 6'7". He held up his hand, and the sudden silence scared us more than the noise.
Quam, Donley.
What did he say? Did you understand him, Harry?
Look. Friends. Savvy friends.
No, friend. Quam, Donley. White devils.
White devils. That was us. They slashed off pieces of the vine ropes around the tree and twisted them about us so we could just move our legs. Then they pushed us ahead of them, through the gray daylight of the jungle, through the dim passages of winding lianas, the climbing tropical plants. And above us, stray birds shot color through the overhanging trees. After about a mile, the path became a trail. The lianas were cut away. We tripped over some coconut husks by the side of a charred fire. We were coming into the village. Then Harry saw them first.
Marco, look. Up there on the poles.
Human heads. A row of skulls.
Headhunters. Marco, these are headhunters.
Move. Quam, Donley. Move.
Hey, look, Chief, you got it all wrong. Now, we're not devils. We're friends. Friends.
No.
It's no use, Marco.
American, you are right. It's no use.
Colonel Sawaka.
I am a great friend of these headhunters, for I warned them of your coming. Told them you are Quan Donley, white devils who come to bring a plague and a pestilence to them.
You filthy
It's
rat.
no use. Chief, put the devils away.
Teng. Quam, Donley. Tal. Basha.
They untied us and threw us in a straw-thatched hut they called a basha. Through the makeshift door, we could see the skulls on the poles. An endless row of them under the hot sun. And up the poles streamed columns of jungle ants, giving them an ancient burial.
Looks like the end of the line, Marco.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute, Harry. That chief speaks a little pidgin English. He understands a little. Do you think we could reason with him?
He doesn't look like the reasonable type. Besides, our friend, Colonel Sawaka, got to him first. The tribe's convinced we're dangerous.
Yeah. About as dangerous as a glass of buttermilk.
Funny bucket.
That's Sawaka outside talking to the guard.
We got company.
I trust you are comfortable, Captain, Lieutenant.
Why don't you climb a tree, you little monkey? Ow!
Watch your tongue. Was most fortunate for me. I found a way here to a friendly camp.
Sorry, I don't like your friends.
My friends do not like you either. Think you are devil Americans who bring evil to their people. Sleep well. Tomorrow you will join heads and poles.
In the morning, they brought us out. I guess we were pretty important because the big chief himself came over to tie us to the poles. Then I got an idea. I sneaked my hand in my pocket and grabbed a coin, just held it tight.
Guantanli, tie you now.
Hey, Chief, look at this. What are you doing carrying dimes around in your ear? Well, what do you know? Another in your other ear. And here's one in your nose.
Toba.
Say, you're a pretty sly character, aren't you? Regular walking Bank of England.
Hey, Marco, what are you up to?
Just a couple of magic tricks if I can get away with them. I tell you, they love me in Sheboygan.
Toba. Magic.
That's right. Toba magic.
Toba.
Now, if you get me that knapsack you grabbed from me, I'll do more. See?
Toba.
Knapsack. Bag from back. Savvy? Remember, we'll do Toba.
Do not listen to Guantanli. Cut off a head. Now.
Hey, Chief, look at this. Look at this. Now you see it. Now you don't. Presto. Coins disappear. Get knapsack or you'll disappear. Savvy?
Gunsha plun by. Kuna.
Boy, that coin trick got him, and the chief pushed Sawaka aside and sent one of his rover boys to get my knapsack. They brought it to me, and I took out the little box. I always knew it would come in handy sometime. Then the chief held up his hand again. And I went into my act. Brother, what an audience. And what a performance. Now watch closely, ladies and gentlemen. The hand is quicker than the eye. Presto changeo. I take this little glass of water, just an ordinary glass of water, if you will observe closely, and presto, it turns color.
You're doing great,
Devils.
kid.
It's one of my best shows.
I tell you, cut off the heads.
Be still.
You tell him, Chief.
Devils, devils.
Go away, little man. You bother me. Now for the next bit of magic, ladies and gentlemen. I pulled every trick in the book out of that little box. Drew cigarettes from the chief's ear. Pulled flowers out of empty pots. Yanked a dozen colored scarves out of a single white handkerchief. And then I broke a stick in half and put it together again. Boy, did they love it. And now, for my final bit of hocus pocus, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Marco, why don't you try sawing Sawaka in half and forget to put them together again?
I got something better. As I was saying.
The devils, these American devils, Cuba.
Hey, Marco, he's getting them over on his side. They're coming after us.
Maybe this will stop them. Look! Look, watch! Sign! Sign from gods! Look! It stopped him all right. I pulled a beam blower out of the box, blew hard, and out came a tiny doll dressed in a Jap uniform. Without his head. And he floated to Earth. The superstitious natives stepped back, afraid to come any closer. See? See, sign! Japanese is Guantanli. God say so. Americans, friends, friends. Doll there on the ground. Japanese doll. Sign from gods. Follow Great White Father and fight Japanese. Chief, you tell him. He told him, all right. The big trouble we had afterwards was keeping them from tearing Sawaka apart. We wanted him alive to take back to OSS headquarters in Bamo. Well, that's the story. The next day, the headhunters led us back through the jungle with our prisoner. There's only one thing I'm sorry about. Too bad Variety couldn't have caught my act. I tell you, they loved me in Burma.
Captain Harry Stevens and Lieutenant John Marco safely delivered Colonel Sawaka to OSS headquarters in Bamo, where he gave valuable information on Japanese war industry and finance. And so, once again, the report of another OSS agent closes with the words,
"Mission accomplished."
Listen again next week for another true adventure from the files of the OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Starred in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Marco was Jerry Lester, with Larry Haynes as Harry, Colonel Sawaka, Daniel Acco, Mrs. Terry, Irene Hubbard, the Colonel Raymond Edward Johnson. Others were Carl Weber, Arnold Robertson, and Jerry Jarrett. The script was written by Winifred Wolfe and Jack Gordon. The music was under the direction of Murray Ross. Today's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This has been a Louis G. Cowan production in association with Alfred Hollander, as was under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks. Programs. Get your programs here. Mystery fans, there's an exciting evening waiting for you tonight on NBC. First, some listener will have a chance to win $1,000 for solving the case on $1,000 reward.